In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everyone. Are you back from vacation or did you take an extra day? You took an extra day, didn't you, you dirty little bitch? Yeah, tell Daddy about your extra day off. Tell him about your day. Tell him about your extra day. Good morning. There I am. There's Johnny. Just a head. Head and shoulders. No, you're a bust.
Grabbing the
You're a bust.
Cam?
What's that? Why was there an eerie clicking sound? Like you had an eerie clicking sound in your computer this morning. Scared the shit out of me the first time. Weirded me out the second.
It's probably the fan. I have a little tiny fan that I turn on.
No. It sounded like a computer sound. It was an click, click. Now I'm making you paranoid. I thought you knew. Yeah, I thought you knew.
Well,
now I'm worried.
My guess would be if it happened twice, I turned on a fan and it messes with my computer, so that might be what caused it.
You have a fan that messes with your computer?
Yeah, because it's sitting so close to the computer and the power cables and stuff.
Does it keep you nice and chilled during the program?
No, because then you'd hear it running. I ran it before the program to get a little preemptive chill in.
Sorry, I have a lot of cocaine on my nose, so I've been wiping it like this. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I can't figure out why the hell the only place in the world any kind of allergies are triggered in this house is when I start speaking down here. Yeah, dude, I have vacuumed like an OCD person. I have dusted like an OCD person. And every morning it's this. It's that. I could make, you know how they make like a cappella songs out of people's noises?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could make a little ditty out of that.
Oh.
Can't figure out why. For the life of me. Cannot figure out why. Now, Professor Tie-Dye and Hulkamasha Baby say black mold in the walls. I don't have black mold in the walls. I promise.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's not that.
I have an idea that this audience wants to see if they can get me to hire somebody to come out to look for black mold in the walls. They want, hey, guys, guess what? I had someone come out and check for black mold in the walls, and I don't. And they're like, yeah, we knew that. We just wanted to see if you were dumb enough.
We just wanted to see if we get you to do it.
Like, only filthy white trash has black mold in their walls, you dipshit. We just wanted to see if you'd do it. Oh, my God. I'm not going to say I shot 3 rounds of golf over the long weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But I shot 3 rounds of golf over the long weekend.
Nice. How'd you do? Have you broke 90 yet?
I don't think I broke 95 all weekend. I know I shot a 96. And then I think I did shoot a 94. I think a 94, a 96. And yesterday, after about the 13th or 14th hole, when it was clear that even 100 was in danger, I tore up my scorecard. And I practiced. and I practiced. I was golfing with two guys who were walking, which is fucking insane. Walking 18 holes. It's
why don't you? What are you, a frisbee golfer? That's what we do.
It's so gay to walk because you know what? Here, if you walk, you know what it looks like.
You're too good for a cart, or you're too poor?
It looks like you're trying.
Oh.
Like if you walk your 18 holes, it looks like you're trying. And these guys are like asking about the actual rules. And don't get me wrong, they were fun guys. Like we had a great time. One of the guys, he and I were making like Israeli genocide jokes. Like jokes about how they're genociding an entire group of people and how they're committing atrocities and murdering them. And we were making those jokes as, we went up and down the course. But like one of them landed on a cart path. Now, if you land on a cart path, nobody's going to ask you to fuck up your clubs by hitting a ball off a cart path, off of asphalt. So you know what you do? You kick the fucking ball. You kick the fucking ball and you play it. That's all. And he goes, he said the other guy's name. He goes, hey, now if I move this, do I have to move it back or can I move it to this part or this part? I look back, I go, we're not playing for money. Just kick the thing out. Like, that was my take. I'm like, you can hit it over the green from back there, or you can hit it over the green from up here. I don't care which one you do. If one thing's been proven with the daily goes to the local golf course golfer, it's that you can miss from anywhere.
Rules are flexible.
So there was, they ended up like in the 90s. And I'm like, these guys are as shitty a golfer as I am. Why are you worried about the rules? I know that sounds...
Hey, this guy kicked the ball. See, nobody cares.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit. If he kicked the ball.
Your golfer come over to my house today, and he kicked my ball.
So, like...
Now my ball needs operation.
For example, hole 2... It's really soggy to the right side. So I picked up my ball because it was sitting basically in standing water. So I pick up my ball and I just feel the ground and I feel until it's dry and then I set it there. Because I'm not hitting out of standing water. They're not standing water, but when the ground's saturated and there's water kind of pooled up.
Yeah,
I guess that's kind of
a little bit of a puddle.
Water. So I'm not going to hit from there and hit a shitty shot and frustrate myself, and B, tear up their fucking course, tear up their grass. Yeah. I'm not going to hit from a soggy spot where, again, I'm going to tear up a shitload of grass. I'm going to hit from a nice dry spot. Even if I have to go back a few yards, I'm going to hit from a nice dry spot because I'm having a nice day out at the golf course, and we ain't fucking golfing for money. All right? If I hit from 10 yards over that way and 2 yards back, nobody's out any cash. There's no reason for anybody to care that I hit my ball from there. Thank you. Yeah, Hulkamasha Baby says, I moved a ball away from a tree, not bending my 7-iron for no reason. Precisely.
Right.
Precisely. Exactly. McBuster says, Aaron got his tongue caught in the ball washer again. How are you supposed to find out if they filled it? God damn, it's like these people don't know anything about golf. 191 Redbird with $5 says extreme pressure on the prostate can cause this as well. Oh, is that what's causing my... I didn't know that extreme pressure on my prostate. I mean, SP and I didn't get up to too much weird shit yesterday. I don't think my prostate was manipulated in any way, shape, or form. But
that's how the pros do it. So you don't even know they were there.
She's gonna be like, honey, I heard your show a little earlier, and
I got some bad news for you.
I'm afraid. She goes, I hate to do this to you, but
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
I've violated your asshole like a turkey stank hole on Thanksgiving. Sorry, bud. We're gonna get to the Epstein stuff that broke overnight. Johnny, I don't know if you saw the news last night late.
No.
Yeah, around 9-10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, when I was going to bed.
Yeah, the Trump administration decided that Now, I'm not kidding, and we'll get into the details later. Patel and Bondi came out and said there's no client list. There was no blackmail. And Jeffrey Epstein was murdered. Mega. Yeah. We did it, y'all.
That's not.
By the way, speaking of we did it, y'all, I was out on the picnic table boat this weekend out at the lake. I was taking some friends out, showing them. I'm so proud of my picnic table boat. I have to show it off whenever I can. And we were, the motor, the little trolling motor we put on the back, it catches weeds. When you go through weeds, it'll catch weeds. You got to throw her in reverse, clear the weeds, and go again. And as we were spinning it, one of the guys goes, man, it's like an umbrella or something. He goes, it's like Mary Poppins. And without waiting, you know what I had to yell out?
What?
I went, I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. Had to.
Oh.
Had to. We got the Epstein stuff today. We have all of that. Also, since we're about 20 days away from more the golf tournament than the anniversary show is going fantastic. If you're a VIP, claim your 2 tickets quickly. We're starting to get up in numbers. I know that the last week is usually our big run on tickets, but if we have our normal big run on tickets the last week, we're going to sell out just by that alone. So claim your tickets for July 26th for the Saturday evening show at Stoney's. Golf tournament, I don't know. We're pretty flexible on how many people we can take for that, so I'm not worried about running out of space. The club has clearly told us if you want to add more tee times, you can. So get in on that as well. If you want to sponsor a hole, we have 9 left. There's 9 holes left to sponsor. I have not started soliciting, but I am going to start doing that this week, going to other places and having them sponsor holes, and they will get a couple of entries if they sponsor a hole. So, go ahead and get signed up. I'm going to put the links in the chat here for tickets to the anniversary show coming up on the 26th and 27th. There it is. Boom. It's in both the Rumble and YouTube chat. Thank you, Redbird, for starting us off this morning. If you didn't know, we've been ahead for about 3 weeks. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to keep that up. So today, we start 295 away from tomorrow morning. If we knock out this morning or tomorrow morning's goal this morning, I am going to, what do you say? I'm going to do an extra half hour today. Johnny does not have to, but I will do an extra half hour today if we knock out that extra one. Jeremy says it's good to know the rules for the tournament ahead of time. Okay, instead of being a smartass, you could say, Aaron, even though you've told the rules numerous times, would you mind going over them one more time? Sure, Jeremy, I would love to. Thank you for asking me so nicely. So, you're going to be in groups of 4. You can buy your tickets for groups of 4. If you buy them all together, we'll put you together. Otherwise, you have to request to be together, or we're not going to know that you want to be with the other 3 people that bought tickets. Now, you're all going to go. You're going to golf a round of golf. You're going to play your own goddamn ball. All right? And we're going to have the top 5 spots are going to get cash prizes. The lowest scoring foursome is going to get a prize for each person as well. You will report your scores to whom after the round?
Report your scores to me after the round.
To Johnny after the round, and he'll be in the bar drinking. So yes, Gino will be there. Keanu will be there. Johnny will be there. We do have a couple other people who are asking about coming up. I'll say their names when I know they're confirmed. But look at how easy that was for me to explain the rules. Go out, golf around. It's not the Masters. Report your score. We'll tally the scores. You got 3 other people with you. I'm assuming you're going to keep each other honest.
Right.
You know, I'm assuming you're going to. And if any of the sponsors on each hole are out there representing, talk to them a little bit, chat them up. It's really nice that they come out. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, follow-up, Johnny understands that the lowest score wins, right?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I've actually played golf. I just prefer the Frisbee version.
Coltrane says, you should have a moderator follow each group for honesty. These people are fucking con men. I mean, for a few $100 if you win.
That's a little sad.
Are you really willing? Are you really
cheat at golf?
Are you
see
really,
if you can fly it?
I mean, I'm gonna give you $100, or not 100. But I was gonna say I'm gonna give you $100 to mod, so you can watch and see, and then they give you $150, so you'll lie for them. It just invites corruption. Jeremy Carlson says, I was talking about the free mulligans and gimmies. Oh Christ! If it's within a putter length, pick up your fucking ball, and no mulligans. No mulligans. You can re-hit. You can take another stroke if you want to hit another shot from the tee box, but that's going to be your second shot. And of course, you drop, you take a stroke. Boom. Boom. Simple enough. But no, I'm not going to make everybody. Here's the thing. We're going to have 10 or 12 groups of 4, maybe more, and they're all going to be following each other. I'm not going to make everybody tap in their putts. We got to keep things moving.
Yeah.
If it's like that, I don't want people having fucking aneurysms because they can't tap that in.
Oh God, guys, I got to nail this putt. Everything on the tournament rides on this putt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, not that it matters, but Gino is ineligible for prizes, right? Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to allow you to be represented by one of us in the tournament just in case Gino, Keanu, or myself win. We will be golfing for someone. So we're going to have like a $20 ticket for each person. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to be at the golf tournament to win this one. If you bet $20, that person then represents you. So if I win it, I pay that person. Now, if I win this tournament, it's the saddest fucking thing in the world. If a 20 handicap wins this tournament, it's utterly retarded and it's fucked and I've run a shitty tournament. Hey, Aaron, you won? How'd you do? I shot a 92, one of the best rounds of my life. Wait, you won the tournament at 92? Yeah. Who was second place? Oh, some guy shot a 103. He chipped around a lot. We have a real
one
killer
thing's for
tournament.
sure, there definitely was no cheating.
Do you know
nobody would deliberately make their scores that bad?
Do you know how many people we'd have for next year's tournament, though, if like word around the local golf community got out that you had this tournament where you could win hundreds and hundreds of dollars and the last winning score was a 92?
I'm guessing we'll be more popular next year, yeah.
Oh, hugely popular. Everybody who's half-assed decent at golf will be like, dude, I'm fucking in.
I'm crushing some of this for today.
$60 for a round. That's cheaper than a round usually is. And I can shoot a fucking 89 and win. I'm in. Redbird with $5 says, I don't know. Look at what you do for a few hundred every day. Cheating in golf is almost dignified by comparison.
He's not wrong.
I mean, look, when a guy's right, you just ignore what he said and move on. That's what I find. Okay. You ignore what he said and you move on. Guys, how the hell was the weekend? How was the 4th? Johnny, how was your 4th?
Oh, it was great. The kiddo got to see fireworks for the first time that she really remembered, and she got excited for it. She was more excited to stay up late, and she did not want to go to bed when we got back home. And she was just like, no, I'm not going to bed. And then played a video for her. She was out in 30 seconds. It was amazing.
My kids didn't give a shit about fireworks, didn't give a shit about a parade.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just wanted to
love the fireworks.
They just wanted to be at the lake. They wanted to be on the boat. They wanted to be swimming. They wanted to run around use the golf carts and stuff like that. They were just nobody from our family went out to Wisconsin and picked up any of the good stuff.
Oh, We don't, we're not allowed to use them around here. We're worried she'll start something on fire. But, yeah, no, we took her out to the fireworks and colors, explosions. She had other than the loud noise part, she had a blast. But like I said, she was also excited that she was staying awake. She was threatening to fall asleep in the car, and we're like, no, don't you dare. We want you to be sleepy tonight. No, don't rest up.
Well, and also there was, I think for one day out of the year, I think we can have the world not fucking bitch about, and this is going to be really insensitive, but I've even heard from veterans that this is bullshit. Stop with the don't do fireworks for the veterans and stop with the but my dogs. Stop. It's one fucking weekend a year. All right? Prepare yourself. Steal your mind, Holmes. It's one weekend a year. People are going to blow shit up. They're going to light off some fireworks. It's going to be noisy. It's going to be late. Your dog's going to shake, maybe piss himself. There's going to be some veterans who I feel like veterans can like adjust. I feel like they're like, okay, today's going to suck. We're going to knuckle down. We're going to bear down. We're going to get through this. This is going to be okay. I know it's coming, I know this is going to happen. So I feel like it's mostly women who are like, because it makes them feel important. It makes them feel like they're doing something and contributing. If they go, you should be careful with your fireworks this year to make sure that. I mean, don't shove them up a bullfrog's ass or anything.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
But,
Plus, can't veterans kind of have the wherewithal to not be where most of the fireworks are going off? Like, oh, this is a heavy area. Perhaps I should visit a friend.
How ironic that as we celebrate our nation's liberty and independence, we have to be careful how we celebrate it because we've sent too many men to fight and get injured and die in frivolous wars that we have to be careful how we celebrate our nation's independence from foreign influence.
Yay.
Hey, land of the free, home of the brave. Hey, don't celebrate too loud. We fucked up a lot of people by fighting wars we had no business being in. So, don't.
We did it for freedom, right? Not even a chance.
No, mostly Jews. Mostly Jews. Chevrolet JB says, still got 1/4 stick of dynamite. Saved it for work. Oh, boy, he's going to be on the news. That guy's going to be on the news.
Sparklers are for pussies. Fire in the hole.
Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, this is for Johnny. I need you to confirm. I heard a rumor that Aaron stopped going to the gay 90s for the karaoke and drag shows, but tries to make happy hour for their cumma colada and hot dog deal. Before Johnny can even respond, a cumma colada would violate health codes and would not be allowed to be sold in a commercial business. Not that
I've heard rumors they're not bad.
Not that I've studied up on it or anything. I know the rules.
Guys, that's a health code violation. I have to go.
My mother and father both worked in the food service realm. So
some habits die hard, man.
So I know what the rules are. Thank you very much. Bigot on Socialist Media says, just give the vets earplugs and tell them to take a nap.
Yeah, dude.
You know how nice it would be to
We legalized marijuana. What more do we need to do for them? Nip your cat. Fucking smoke up your vet buddy. We're going to be fine.
When did mushrooms become legal?
What?
Not necessarily in Minnesota, but when I went to...
I got to go shopping. What?
No, when I went to Florida, they had
certain places, yeah, psychedelics are legal.
This guy had like a 500 milligram edible thing, which I was like, that's fucking insane. Don't do that. Because I've taken 2 of the 5 milligram ones and been off my tits.
Well, that depends on the substance, but yeah.
But it was weed. This one was weed.
Oh, then yeah.
And then he goes, and we're at like a surf shop right on the beach, and he has the weed, and I go, oh, wow, 500 milligrams, that's a lot. And he goes, yeah, I have mushrooms too. And I kind of do this. I'm like, what the can you just, like, do I seem cool? Because I feel like I look like I could be a cop.
Yeah, you look more narc than cool, but...
Right. can you just go and say like, hey man, and I got
guess maybe in
mushrooms.
Florida.
I guess you can just go ahead and hawk mushrooms in Florida and nobody gives a shit.
If it weren't for the humidity, I'd be moving. Jesus. Actually, low dose, microdosing mushrooms and things like that actually loosens my legs a lot. It's ridiculous.
Chevrolet JB says get mushrooms at most head shops in Minnesota.
Well, I'm going to go have to make a run to that head shop in town.
How's your driving these days?
My driving is great. I just, literally, if I can't drive, I don't go anywhere. So my legs, if they're too spazzy.
I'm guessing that the Wigwam Ojibwe ban on head shops and shit is done.
Yeah, because the one in St. Cloud supposedly is White Nation.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Like White Nation meaning
like it's an Indian tribe
or
thing?
like or now wait a minute. Is it an Indian tribe thing or the coolest fucking head shop ever made?
You ever shoot at a pothead? This means not welcome, and it's just a 7-leaf.
White Nation is just run by a guy with an iron cross on the front door and a fucking skinhead and all kinds of prison tats. And you're like, this guy, okay. I thought weed culture was a bunch of fucking pussies. And it turns out these guys are hardcore.
That's what someone told me. So
White Nation.
That's what I heard.
It's weird how some things can sound either Native American or Nazi. In fact, I have a new Morning Zoo game we can play on the show for Stoney's gift cards.
Native American or Nazi?
Native or nationalist? That'll be the name of the game. Native or Nazi? You guys can decide. White Nation Head Shop. It's both. It's a guy who's of fucking European descent, but also he's a little bit Comanche. His great-great-grandfather had a little taste for the wild side. Scott Jonesy with $1 says, sometimes it seems as if Johnny never left us. Hopefully he's been given legs and is skipping around heaven with a smile on his face and great posture. Oh, yeah, you're dead, by the way.
Oh, I'm dead?
Yeah.
Damn.
They believe you're dead. So I think this is like a hologram thing, if I'm not mistaken.
That seems weird.
Father Justin Queso cleaning you up here. He says it's White Earth Nation, not White Nation.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Damn, White Earth Nation is vastly different than White Nation. You're
yeah,
right.
White Nation. You got my hopes up. White Nation sounds like it fucking rules.
Dude, I've heard these things. I just wanted to check it out.
Do the old Norm Macdonald bit and go, note to self, open White Nation head shop. I hate that Scott Jonesy is British, by the way, because he even writes like those dumb Liverpudlians talk. He writes, AI, isn't it? You're AI because you're dead.
Yeah.
So, Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, it's White Earth Nation. Why are you trusting a guy with lesions on his brain, respectfully? I mean, I don't think Johnny would be offended if I double-checked his shit.
Nope. Actually, it's probably the wisest course of action I've heard today.
Yeah. So White Earth Nation. So now wait a minute. So I thought that this whole time the Native Americans could be opening the weed places, and I thought now that they were opening in like St. Cloud and shit that it was free for everybody to just open up a pot shop.
You have to get approved by the city, and you have to get a license or approval from the state, which is decided on an equity lottery. There's only so many available. So if they're out, like literally if everyone has applied and been approved, doesn't matter if the city says yes and there's nobody in the area, whatever. You're not allowed to until the state says it's okay. So I don't...
Okay. It's going to fuck shit up. Like, I hate that people have this attitude. They're like, oh, if you legalize weed and shit, everything's fine. It's not. Like, make the freedom argument. That's fine with me. You can make the adults should have the right to do it. Okay, cool. But there's a social impact. I mean, everywhere it's been legalized, there's been a little bit of a social impact. I mean, it's not a classy thing to have, you know.
Nope.
I don't think you should be drinking out in public. I don't think you should be like walking the streets just chugging booze.
What's classy? It's classy. You got a brown bag that you're wrapping around.
Well, I mean, that's
you're
even
muttering
worse.
to nobody at every stoplight.
No, the brown bag is when it's not legal and you need to conceal it and have, reasonable doubt that you're drinking. The no drinking laws on the streets is people are just walking around with like pounders of shit and just swigging them. I don't know. I guess it might be less obnoxious than seeing people walk around drinking Prime. So
I suppose.
Scott Jonesy says, I'm from London, you melt. Oh, sorry. Let me greet you then in your native tongue. Alaikum salam. Just figured you'd like that better. I apologize. Aaron hates America. Typical Jew fag bullshit. Hey, everybody. Sam Show's here.
Welcome, buddy.
Sam Show's here because I've been called a Jew fag today. That is how I know that Sam Show is here to start checking on shit. So, yes, look, man, great 4th of July weekend. I hope you guys are taking an extra day. I hope you're watching this show later. We did have, I wanted to see the numbers drop off as the week went on last week. They didn't drop off as much as I really wanted them to for me to believe that people were like just fucking off, for the there were 100 or so people that were, especially in the evenings. The evenings, people were out and about. They were doing shit for the holiday weekend. That's good. But I'm going to also say that I hope that a few of you are taking the extra day today. And I have a feeling a lot of people will, because when you have a 4-day, basically a 3.5, 4-day, 4th of July weekend, there's going to be a lot of people who are burnt the fuck out today.
Well, yeah, they were busy partying all week.
I noticed that the world was a little burnt out by Saturday. You wouldn't believe how many people I talked to Saturday who are like, oh, back to work tomorrow. And they had to snap out of it and be like, oh, shit, that's right. We got an extra day. Tomorrow's Sunday. So I think we're going to have some people resting up a little extra today. And why not? You deserve it.
Yeah, I do.
Poe says, hey, I was gifted a month membership. How do I return to sender? Thanks, Leo, but I don't really watch. Oh, here, let me help you. There you go.
There you go.
Now you don't have to worry about it. Now you don't. Imagine being that fucking gay that you're like, I got a membership. How do I? All right, we understand what you're doing. Let us help you. As if we're going to answer the question honestly. No, we're just going to be like, here. It's like if you went into a bar and you're already shit-faced and you just walk in annoying the fuck out of people and you're like, oh.
Yeah, cut him off.
Yeah, what would you like to drink? Oh, yeah? You got a hand on his back as you guide him towards the door and then you go, get the fuck out. Just make an ass of yourself. Scott Jonesy says, as my wife is making 50% American, I've taken today as a holiday. Oh, so can you see? Everybody knows the words are Jose, can you see? It's honoring the land we stole from the Mexicans. It's not, oh, so can you see? It's Jose, can you see? Kind of like the first words of God Save Our King is now, it's Allahu Akbar. Just to reflect. That is wild, though. Like, how did Britain end up giving away their country?
I have no idea. It's not even like it started like, people in power were of a persuasion that opened the door. No. They opened the doors themselves, said, come on in. And they just started, masochistically punishing themselves for criticizing anybody who wasn't a Native American or Native Englishman.
Yeah, it's really weird to see a country just kind of, and like you saw how it happened. It happened really slowly and then all at once.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was just a little more immigration, and then all of a sudden one day it's like, hey, here's Sadiq Khan. He's the new fucking emir of the London Emirate. Scott Jonesy says the UK is 90% white. Well, then fuck, you guys don't integrate very well. Because we're like 60-some% white, and we're still white as fuck as a country.
Yeah.
You guys are 90.
You sound racist.
Oh.
Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
You know what's funny is I accidentally hit that. And
Really?
It worked out perfectly.
Perfectly.
Worked out really great. Bigot on Socialist Media says the UK is 90% white. That's a hilarious joke. Well, no, it's he is right. The UK, like when you factor in Ireland, Wales, Scotland, all that shit, 90% white. Yeah, London is fucked.
Yeah.
London.
Ireland is making up for them and more with how hard they're holding
Right.
the line.
Right. London percentage Muslim. In London, Muslims represent 15% of the population. Boy, you guys, it really doesn't take much diversity to fuck up something British, does it?
Apparently not. You let one in the mix, it throws the whole thing off.
God damn, you
What are
guys.
you, a paint can or a country?
You guys do not handle diversity well. 15%, that's like black people in America. Oh. Well, I mean, 18% is Latino, and you barely notice that. Oh. I guess we have like 0.8% trans people, and you can't fucking swing a dead cat without hitting one of them. So.
Swing a live cat and they'll perform a surgery.
Hey, why does that cat have a dick? Those are against the rules. All right, guys, we got lots of stuff to talk about today. We'll get into it. I love when we're ahead. I really hope we stay ahead because the first half hour of the show can kind of be a no pressure. How you doing? Fucking get to know you. Old school radio vibe. So keep throwing in a couple of bucks. I mean, shit, we got this morning's show and tonight's show to stay ahead. That's a nice casual deal, especially coming in from a holiday weekend. So throw in a couple of bucks. Let's do this thing, and then we don't have to worry about it. And if we stay ahead all week this week, that makes it 4 weeks, which in my book is a month.
Yeah, technically.
$2 from Catalano TV says, perfect, the little boy Johnny here. Wow, you're next. Y-O-U-R. Johnny, you're next.
I'm next for what?
I don't know, but you're next. Whatever it is, dude.
Sweet.
You're fucking
Been waiting
next.
in line forever.
You better be fucking ready. I hope it's for a box of Mr. Good bars. Not enough people trafficking in good bars. Speaking of trafficking, we're going to talk about how Epstein apparently did nothing wrong from the people who were partially elected to reveal all of the Epstein stuff. Hey, you voted for them so they would release the Epstein stuff. They released the Epstein stuff yesterday. Last night, they released it all.
Really?
Yeah, it turns out nothing ever happened. Guy was a financier. What are you, fucking... Dude, pretty soon they're going to come out with the you're anti-Semitic for keeping this conspiracy theory going. Mark my words.
So then why was... what didn't they find him guilty? Wasn't he in a cell in solitary confinement when he conveniently, I guess, shuffled off this mortal coil? There's a nice way to say it.
Yeah, but Obama hated Jews.
Well, look, just because two things are right.
Yeah, it's Obama was anti-Semitic, and apparently, according to the administration, the Trump administration, it was all just a big misunderstanding anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he killed himself.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
Just like Deutschshed says here, turns out Epstein was a nice guy.
Turns out he was just a nice guy, misunderstood. Wrong place, wrong time.
Wrong place, wrong time. You know what I heard? I actually got an interview with Trump about it that I'll be releasing shortly. You know what he said?
What's that?
Hanging out with the wrong crowd. Just got mixed
Yeah,
up.
that crowd would have been, like 15-year-olds.
How do we know it wasn't the kid's idea? Well, what? I got to find somebody to blame. I mean, we got all these, allegations and whatnot, and apparently Epstein didn't do it.
I'm having trouble believing Epstein didn't do it after all this time with what happened to him and Ghislaine Maxwell. Apparently no crimes happened after all this. Then why did we have these people imprisoned?
Shouldn't Ghislaine Maxwell be set free?
Yeah. If there's no crimes, if nothing happened, if it's just a poor financier who we're all being racist towards, then I feel like Ghislaine Maxwell's really getting the rough end of the stick.
Bunch of filthy fucking Jew haters running around just talking all kinds of mad shit. That's all it is. Oh, here we go. Scott Jonesy with $1. As Epstein did nothing wrong officially, no client list, no bribery, no victims, well, hashtag free Ghislaine.
Yeah.
Got to. What'd that other girl die for? Who's the dead one? What's her name? Virginia Guffrey?
Wasn't she one of the ladies that was...
No, because there were none.
So then I guess she's just a poor lady who decided to take care of herself in this particular
lion fucking Jew hater, that Virginia Guffrey, apparently. Just
well, thank God she's not here anymore.
Well, I mean, sure would be nice to hear her side of the story. Oh, that's right, we did. And now she died. Small Town MN Gal with $2 says, so does Maxwell get released since nothing happened? Got to.
Yeah.
Got to let her go. I mean, who's she trafficking to? Now, didn't they say that part of the evidence from the Maxwell thing was the little black book and they just weren't going to release it?
Yeah, I thought so.
Now they're saying there's no fucking black book. Dude.
Yeah, because they burned it.
They're not you can't do this to us. You can't just do this. And I know they can, but like, you can't. It's so mentally unhealthy for a society to go, here's a bunch of shit. And then you go, oh, can we see the rest of that shit? And then you go, what shit? Like, you can't do that to people because then they go, they turn into Alex Jones. And even though they're telling the truth, they're like, oh, look at how fucking crazy that guy. Like, you make these people crazy. And then they yell at the shit you did. And then you go, wow, look at that crazy guy. It's not.
How much do you know about Donald Trump?
What?
You know where he first got his money from, right?
His daddy.
No.
What?
He didn't want to be beholden to his dad.
So did he take it from Jewish people?
He took a loan from the Rothschilds.
I'm going to bed. I'm not doing it. I can't do it today. I don't think I can do it. I honestly don't think I can do it today. Hey, dude, but guess what?
What?
Alligator Alcatraz, bro.
Woo!
Mega.
Oh, dude, I saw an AI
Mega.
video for that. That was great for 3 minutes.
Oh, man. The way the super chats are coming in this one, I think we're going to end up talking about Epstein all day.
Uh-oh.
They really want to get their shit out on the Epstein stuff. Don't worry,
Good,
we got all kinds of clips, all kinds of stuff. I was watching a fucking Kyle Kuklinski video this morning. And I'm like, what is this world coming to that I'm watching a Kyle Kuklinski video? He looks like, remember Sam Hyde when he had the blonde hair and he was just starting out?
Mm-hmm.
That's what this Kyle Kuklinski guy looks like.
Oh.
And I think his name's Kyle Kulinski or Kuklinski, but it's Kukulinski now. It's got to be. It's got to be Kukulinski. He's like a liberal commentator. And I'm watching this liberal commentator guy, and I'm like, this all makes, like, the Epstein thing is so fucked up that I watch a liberal commentator, and I go, this sounds 1,000% legit. You know? Like, I'm like, I trust this guy on this issue. I trust the guy who hates these guys a bunch. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Because this is kind of his story. You know, on some stuff, you believe someone who's MAGA because you're like, oh, well, you know, this makes sense. This doesn't make sense. But, like, when it's a liberal guy who hates Trump and the story is bad for Trump, you kind of want to listen to the liberal guy on that one.
Because he's not going to hold any punches back, that's for sure.
Yeah, because, like, he's been following this. He's the expert. Zen Man with $2, sorry, says, why did Epstein kill himself if he was an innocent man with $1 billion, 0 clients, and no evidence against him? Why is Ghislaine in jail then? Right? I think this is where the Trump administration has fucked themselves. Is there it's like, so now, like, think about it. 2019, Epstein kills himself in jail. Under whose watch? The Trump administration.
Yeah.
Biden gets in there. Biden locks up Ghislaine Maxwell. Get ready, guys. We're going down a road here for just a second.
Here we go.
Biden locks up Maxwell. The Biden DOJ locks up Maxwell. The Trump administration comes in. And remember, the Biden administration released a small amount of Epstein stuff, and Trump was in it. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Trump gets in there, and they totally whitewash the thing for Epstein. I'm having a Count Dooku moment, bro. I'm having a Count Dooku moment. What if, on this issue, the guys we thought were the bad guys were actually the good guys, and the good guys were the Sith?
Uh-oh.
You'll never defeat Donald Trump. He's a Sith Lord. Captain Joe with $20. Give that man
Thank
a
you.
Hulkster. Thank you, Captain Joe.
Gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Jesus. Zen says free Ghislaine. Kind of. What did she do?
Right? I mean, even when she was in jail, we were like, so she's in jail. She's guilty of trafficking women to nobody. Because we were like, who did she traffic them to? And that was always the thing. Now, literally, she's just guilty of being Ghislaine Maxwell. That's it.
Yeah. Which should be a crime. But, I mean, it's not.
Her name is Jizz.
Your name is Jizz. You're being silly. Zen Man with $3 says, wait, didn't Scam Bondi? Oh, no, her name's Pam. That'd be weird if her name was Scam Bondi. That would be a little too close. That'd be cutting too close to
on
the
the
bone.
nose.
Yeah. Don't say on the nose. We're talking about Jewish deep state shit here. I think we're supposed to say on the arm for a wise guy. Zen Man Build says, wait, didn't Scam Bondi say there was thousands of hours of shocking videos? Yeah, but she was, you got to remember, Pam Bondi is like a classic prankster. Like, she got her start making prank videos with Jake Paul back in the 2010s. And so...
Wait, is that true?
No. No, she's been an attorney her whole life.
I don't know.
Yeah, Donald Trump's like, I've got a woman. She's a lawyer. She loves Jake Paul. She plays a great practical joke at department stores. She falls down.
I mean, it'd be helpful to have a lawyer in that stuff.
Well, it's a good thing that trickster Pam Bondi told us about those videos and then said, just joshing.
Just kidding.
Just joshing. Oh, yeah. And then, there was this really good prank that Kash Patel pulled where he acted like he was this hard ass who was going to clean up the deep state. And then he turned out to be an Indian with no dick. I just thought that was a good trick.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Just turned out to be a nutless fucking Indian.
We hired him. The minute he came in, he brought knee pads. It's like, wait a minute, whoa.
Aziz Ansari sounding motherfucker just coming in. Oh, it turns out nobody did anything. I'm going to go on vacation. All right. Scott Jonesy with $1 says, look up Jean-Luc Brunel. Oh, he was a great quarterback for the Jaguars. Epstein's mate. He killed himself in one of the most high security jails in Europe. Oh, the cameras weren't working. I haven't received any U.S. media covering that. Honestly, the wind is so out of my sails on this shit that I don't even want, I'm just going to take his word for that. You could tell me, you could super chat in anything about the Epstein stuff, and I'm believing it today. You could be like, yeah, Aaron McAfee was a fucking Epstein whistleblower, so they had to blow up his boat or whatever, however he died.
Of course, that explains it.
How did he die? Did his boat blew up or no?
Not sure.
I can't remember how he died. All these fucking guys just dropping dead randomly. It's hard for me to remember how they did it. But if you watch any documentaries on John McAfee, though, like I could see him dying in a fucking shootout with Belizean police.
He took himself out by hanging.
Oh, when he was in jail, when he was in custody, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that the way they say it goes? So let's forget all that and find me the black book if you can find it, so I can call just to say it's not there and to show he never trafficked hoes, he never blackmailed Bill, he learned to take it well. I only wish the news didn't send me in hell, but I'm doing a show. Catalano TV with $5 says, Johnny, you think I would forget? And Steel Hole will be washing socks soon, stretching his colon and his poop chute. Wow, in that pootie.
Okay.
I think that guy's going to be fine.
I
think he's going to be just fine. I think that guy's going to be okay. I don't think he's showing any signs of mental illness.
Nope.
And if he is, he's hiding in plain sight very, very well. I think you got to give it to him, guys. You got to give it to him. 265 away from tomorrow morning. McAfee showered with a gun just outside the shower. He was always armed. No, the cool thing about McAfee was he moved down to Belize because he was one of those libertarians who was like, bout it. Like, he was like, fuck taxes, fuck our laws. I'm moving down to Belize with my millions of computer dollars. And he hired like Belizean gangsters to be his security force.
Mm-hmm.
So he'd take these Belizean gangsters, who I believe he still let sell drugs on the side, and he'd arm them to the teeth. And that was like his Brinks home security. Was a bunch of Belizean drug dealing gangsters. And there's rumors that they bullied his neighbor and like intimidated his neighbor. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But apparently this one, he died in a Spanish jail, and nobody, there's a bunch of conspiracy theories thinking he was murdered. But once again,
yeah, for sure. And then there was supposed to be something that got released upon his death, and I don't know if it ever did. But he was one of those, if shit goes sideways, release this. And
should have embedded it into his antivirus software.
Yeah. Every time you get asked for an update, the fucking government had me murdered. All right, so let's get into it here. Without further ado, guys, breaking news. Oh, that covers up Johnny's face. How fucking disrespectful is that?
Oh, that's fine.
Breaking news. Stand up for yourself, for God's sake.
No, I was enjoying the privacy.
Pam Bondi has, and Kash Patel, both of them, I think they both deserve the credit here, have come out with their findings on Jeffrey Epstein. And here, let's play a little Pam Bondi.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk.
Now, this is the original, right? This is Pam Bondi back in February.
Yeah.
She had taken over as head of the DOJ. She had been rigorously looking into the Epstein stuff. And this is what she told us a mere 5 months ago.
Clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we'll check back with you.
What you notice how fucking disappointed that guy was?
Yeah, he was really hoping that he was going to get like you won't believe who's on this list. Like, I'm so shocked.
Oh, man, this is some crazy shit. You wouldn't believe it. You seen anything like that? She's like, no.
Nope.
Not at all. But where's the part where she went, holy shit, the kids and the rape and the all
you
of that?
You aren't going to believe it.
Here it is. Here's
yeah,
the Hannity interview. Oh, sorry, I did it again. What an asshole.
I handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept. Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Cash is going.
And by the way, this is where the misunderstanding comes from. People thought that she was talking about Cash Patel. She meant Cash from the country of Israel. She meant that they just gave them a shitload of cash and it was a game changer. And
now that we got paid off, it's amazing.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe the shit this guy didn't do. It's incredible how much this guy was just totally cool and just trying to lend money to people who needed to invest. And Cash coming into this was a game changer because it was Cash that made us realize that this guy was totally innocent.
To Director Patel is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Okay, I want to be clear because I think people...
There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. I'm just seeing Rocky IV in this picture. We're not indestructible. Baby, better get that straight. She went to prison for a crime that doesn't exist. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
What were all those girls at the trial then testifying? Like, what was the fuck was going on with them?
Yeah, I had no idea.
What a bunch of liars they were, apparently. I mean, judging by the official story, I mean, let's think about this. All those girls lied to put an innocent woman behind bars.
And the first Trump DOJ, like, apparently completely ignored, negated, and bent the law to their will to just imprison innocent people from the sounds of things.
After the love of her life had been so bullied and beaten down by our justice system that he killed himself in prison.
Right?
I mean, what a heartbreaking tale is. Okay, let's do a fun exercise. This is how I process pain and feeling betrayed by the president I voted for and his administration that was going to drain the swamp. I guess joke's on me because they did this once already, but
right.
Let's play the game where everything they're telling us is true.
Okay.
This is, if you look at this right here, what I'm circling, Epstein and Maxwell. If everything they're saying is true, this is a heartbreaking fucking story. Like, the story of Jeffrey Epstein is so goddamn tragic. Now, do I believe what they're saying? Not a fucking word of it. But let's play the yes and game with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. That means that this man was framed for sex trafficking minors to powerful people, and that they made up lies about this woman helping to recruit and traffic these girls for this man, when it turns out that he was just a wealthy financier and they wanted to just be a normal couple with a nice cabin and a jet and like
private island
and live the good life. And they were just fucked with until he died and she ended up in prison.
And her reputation will never recover.
Right. So if all of this stuff is true, these two have lived a story more tragic than Romeo and Juliet. If you believe it. Which I just want to clarify, if you do, you're retarded. Okay, sorry, continue. This is Pam Bondi in the run-up. We're going back through the Pam Bondi timeline here.
Well, got frustrated because they were expecting more. You were expecting more, and you didn't find out less than 24 hours before the release. You got a whistleblower that confirmed that there were way more documents that they were supposed to turn over, and then you found out just before that.
Well,
I do a great impression of that whistleblower. Ready?
Okay.
There's nothing in those documents that you need to be aware of, and it turns out that Jeffrey and Ghislaine were good boys and girls. That's the whistleblower.
Interesting voice.
Yeah. Kind of like Judd Hirsch in Independence Day, but high-pitched.
Yeah.
A little Harvey Firestein in there. That's what he sounded like.
Sure, and you're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names, and we're going, where's the...
Wait, what?
There were flight logs and there were names and victims' names.
Hold on a minute. Let me go back.
Before that.
Well, sure. And you're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names.
But I thought he wasn't trafficking people.
Yeah, remember there were no there's no crime.
There's no blackmail either. Remember, he didn't blackmail. There's no client list.
So where are they getting these names and these victims' names? I can settle on the names thing, the flight log stuff, but what about the victims' names thing? That's an interesting.
That's interesting, yeah. Victims of what? You said there was no trafficking. I mean, was he running a Ponzi scheme? What's the deal?
Where's the rest of the stuff?
Oh, wait, no, they're running a Ponzi scheme. I'm sorry.
And that's what the FBI had turned over to us. And so a source said, whoa, all this evidence is sitting in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. Cash is going to get me and himself, really, a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld. And, you know.
Or, hear me out, they'll threaten to murder your family unless you say nobody did anything wrong. By the way, I'm going to make a call right now, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but it's a high-stakes call. You know what my call is?
What's that?
They're going to end up apologizing to the Epstein family. Just to shove a big, giant dildo up our ass one last time for the MAGA movement, that they're going to apologize to the Epstein family for putting them through this. I'm making the call. You want to tell me I'm wrong?
No, I don't want to tell you you're wrong, but I mean, drain the swamp. It got swampier.
Yeah, it's my ass is feeling swampy. Dude, they so didn't drain the swamp that when I hit my golf ball into it, I had to move it 20 yards over just so I could hit from a dry surface. That's how swampy it got. The Trump administration is the second hole at Pebble Creek in Becker. That's how swampy it is. Inside reference.
We're going to go through it.
If the Trump administration was a golf course, today you would have to drive on the cart path only because it's too swampy.
Go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein.
Hey, well, guess what? You can release all the files now. You know why?
Why?
There's no victims.
Right?
There's no client list. There's no blackmail. There's no trafficking. You got to protect the victims. Not anymore. There's no victims. Well, there are victims. 375 million Americans are victims of this bullshit that's going on right now.
The victims.
Well, you had identified in phase one over 254.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now
254 victims.
You identified, but how did you identify these victims?
There were as many victims as there were colors on my computer when I was a kid. That's how many colors there were, or victims there were. And now they're gone now.
Is that the only thing that would be redacted? Will everything else be made public that you get in your possession?
Yeah, the FBI hasn't had, obviously, they haven't looked at the thousands of pages of documents that they've just received Friday.
Yeah.
But Cash has a team going through them, and it's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know.
Yeah.
The Biden administration sat on these documents. No one did anything with them.
Yeah.
And why were they sitting in the Southern District of New York?
Your turn.
Why were they sitting in the Southern District in New York when they should have been shredded hours ago?
Why didn't they send those documents to us at the White House so we could burn them in the fireplace? God.
I want a full report on that. You know, sadly, these people don't believe in transparency, but I think more.
Yeah, what a bunch of fucking criminals. Put them in the stockades, right?
Hey, she's not wrong, though. I gotta say, this move is remarkably transparent.
You know what? Great point, Johnny. The Trump administration is giving us transparency.
Just not the kind we wanted.
I told you my administration would take you places. I never said they were places you'd want to go. Where are the documents? You wouldn't release them to the ordinary citizens.
Fortunately, I think a lot of them don't believe in honesty.
These files exist. These files are mobile. And one of you is the trigger man. Oh, shit. First, I will show you where we've hidden the documents. Then I will break you.
And it's a new day. It's a new...
You've merely... the art of theatricality and deception are powerful agents against the uninitiated. But we are initiated, aren't we, Pam? Members of MAGA, America First. So we start wars for Israel and hide blackmail attempts by sex traffickers. Drain the swamp indeed.
Administration.
Fucking Bane was right. Bane
Only in that movie when there's like, I gave you money and this gives you power over me. Well, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
it does. In fact, I need you to bomb me around one more time.
And everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
Goddamn! Get him, Pam! Hey, Pam Bondi! You need to meet this lady named Pam Bondi. She's a fucking chicken shit. You got to talk to this lady. She's saying that, like, we don't need to see shit because there's nothing in there. So, Pam Bondi, if you could do me a favor, there's a Pam Bondi wearing a different shirt. Kick her ass. Because she's lying to people.
And that goes the same with the JFK files, RFK files,
Martin
MLK.
Luther King. Yep, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. What are the things that, and
You can tell Israel was pissed about those JFK files coming out because they're like, all right, that's the one we're letting you have. That's the one we're letting you have. After that, no more.
maybe some people don't understand the need to redact. In the case of a victim, that should be pretty obvious to people. What are the other things that maybe you'd have to redact?
Hey, CIA Sean running cover. Don't you like that?
Yeah.
It's
almost like he's a plant.
Old conservative principles Hannity over there. Take another hit off that crack vape, you fuck.
Well,
national security?
No, of course, national security, some grand jury information, which is always going to be confidential. But we'll see. Let's look through them as fast as we can. Get it out to the American people because the American people have a right to know.
Goddamn right, Pam. Hey, there's this guy, Kash Patel, right? He's running the FBI. He's trying to make sure we don't see this shit. You know what I think you should do, Pam? Kick his ass after you're done pulling the weave out of that other Pam Bondi who's running around using your name.
Not only on that, but on Kennedy, on Martin Luther King, on all of these cases that the Biden administration has just sat on for all these years.
So why have we been sitting on these files? Oh, we thought you wanted us to release the files on Ken Kennedy, the wrestler.
Oops.
We thought you wanted us to tell you about Mr. Kennedy. Not, oh, this is embarrassing. I'm really sorry. Hey, man, I'm glad we got that Dan Bongino in there. You know, to speak truth to power.
We really got all those people locking it down. You know, they were very vocal about how the system's fucking you over until they got in there, and now nothing's changed.
Hey, guys, I got an idea.
What's that?
Why don't we go out there and why don't we show them all the Jeffrey Epstein stuff? Okay, I have another idea. What's that? Let's pretend none of it ever happened. You know, don't you think the voters are going to be pissed at us for that? Because they want us to release it all. No. We'll just tell them that it's for the safety of the troops or something, and they'll gobble it up. I mean, we just added $2 or $3 trillion to the debt, and we're celebrating it like it's the biggest fucking win ever. So, there were no victims, guys. No victims. No blackmail. No client list. No trafficking. Again, now have the balls, have the courage of your convictions. Stand up for what you believe in. Now that you've come out and said this, release Ghislaine Maxwell from prison. I mean, she can't go to jail. Right?
She, by their own admission, she did not commit a crime. Not only did she not commit a crime, we had a grand jury and a whole bunch of other closed session bullshit investigate this stuff. And then Epstein got arrested, and then someone died in prison, innocent of all crimes, and his lady, wife, whatever, is now in prison for 3 years now? 4?
Perhaps more than that, Jim. I think the Epstein family should sue. Could you imagine? Could you imagine the Epstein family suing over this? And technically winning. Right?
They need to become Canadian.
Captain Joe says another scary thing no one is talking about. No news source of import on the right or left are even talking about this on the front pages. That shows this is a coordinated cover-up. Oh, yeah. I went on Twitter this morning before the show, and I'm just like, I'm grabbing every clip I can of this Epstein stuff. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Like I said, I got Kyle Kukulinski. That's all I got. I got Kyle Kukulinski. If I go to my YouTube history, I got here. I'll show you. I got this fucking guy. Look at the fucking guy. Look at the fucking guy I got.
All right, guys. I got some pretty big and funny.
I got this fucking guy. That's all I got. And he's a lefty guy, but kudos to him for, talking about it. They said he's married to Crystal Ball. Not like a wizard, but the news lady, Crystal Ball. And he's the only guy. I got some guy in a room.
You're telling me that guy's straight?
That's the rumor. I got a guy with plain white walls and a shitty couch and a fucking earring in his left ear like it's 1991. And the worst dye job I've ever seen. And this guy's the only guy I can find who's like going on record with the Epstein stuff is Kyle Kukulinski.
Breaking news here for you. So Trump's Department of Justice and his FBI just came out and said that Jeffrey Epstein definitely didn't blackmail any powerful figures. He definitely didn't keep a client list, and he wasn't murdered.
By the way, even the left is like, this is bullshit. Like, he's technically seen as like our guy. Like, he's technically seen as someone who maybe not worth. Well, Epstein dying was like one of those rare moments in America where your Democratic friends and your Republican friends all agreed. They're like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, this guy's guilty, and I don't believe for a second that he took himself out.
Right. That was something we could all agree on. It was like, hey, we'll fight about COVID and all that stuff later. This is fucking horseshit.
Oh, dude.
Came out.
Yeah. Oh.
Do you know when Trump announced and started running for re-election again? I'm wondering how close that coincides with how the public took Epstein's self-removal. Like, I'm wondering if the pushback, we were all like, yeah, we don't buy it.
No, that was way later because Epstein died in 2019.
Okay.
So that Trump was still president, remember?
All right.
Tonight on a random Sunday night and said this. Now, Crystal has a great theory as to why this is coming out now. I'm sure you guys have seen that Elon Musk and Trump are feuding again. Elon just started his own third political party.
Yeah, we're going to get to that, too. We're going to get to the big, beautiful bill, and Elon
how pissed Elon is about it. I'm actually with Elon on this 110% on the bill being bullshit.
The bill sucks. The bill's fucking dumb. It's got a bunch of shit in there that has nothing to do with me. Except the debt that myself, my kids, and my grandkids will inherit, and
their grandkids.
Yeah, that's about it. That's all there is in it. It sucks. Hey, no tax on tips.
Ooh.
Cool. Hey, no tax on Social Security. Fun. I ain't getting that shit. Hey.
But don't worry, we're making that money back and then some in every other way.
Hey, we're going to give a bunch more money to the military. Oh, good, because we've never used that for ways that have consequences for me in a negative way.
And remember, the last time they fought, Elon said that Trump was in the Epstein files. And so he might fear, like, oh shit, Elon might actually have some of the Epstein dirt on me, and maybe he's going to release it. So now he's telling his Department of Justice and his FBI, you guys put the official stamp on it and go out there and say, there wasn't even a client list, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I disagree with this theory, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't think Trump's dumb enough. I think Trump understands that him going out and saying that is only going to make people believe the opposite more.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's no way that putting an official stamp on it means anything unless you were going to bring it up in a court of law.
I mean, Trump knows his audience, and if you go, hey, you know how I'm going to get my audience of anti-swamp MAGA people to believe something? We'll have the FBI put their stamp on it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
They'll buy it.
And so this way, if/when something comes out, he could just scream fake news. And he could say, oh, it's part of Elon's doing a witch hunt against me. They're coming after me. None of it's true. Look.
Fucking terrible Trump impression.
Better than mine.
Dude.
Still can't do it.
All I can see when I look at him is that Sam Hyde video. I get some sugar in my gas tank. I go a little cuckoo.
The FBI, the DOJ said they looked into it, and actually there isn't even, he didn't blackmail anybody, and there's no client list, and he definitely killed him.
I've got to say, faggiest impression of me ever. Okay. I don't know why. My Trump does have a little Bill Maher in it, though.
Yeah, just a little.
Okay.
Especially on the okay.
New rule, everybody. Okay, new rule. Okay. This is a new rule. I made it up today.
Himself. So this is...
Fat people are gay. New rule.
It screams guilty from the top of their lungs. Also, Crystal just showed me that Pam...
Her fucking bush. Just like, Crystal just showed me her tits on camera. I've lost my train of thought. Something about Epstein.
Something about, I don't know.
Those tits could stop traffic. Trafficking! That's what we were talking about. Thank you, baby, for keeping me on track.
Bondi said, which was probably only a few months ago, that I have the Epstein client list on my desk to review.
Right.
So the list is on your desk, but now there's actually no list. I mean, the other thing that's crazy is we know from the leaks or the report.
Actually, people misunderstood. What she meant was she had stand-up comedian Joe List on her desk. I don't know what he was doing there. That probably requires an explanation unto itself, but she didn't mean the Epstein client list. She meant Joe List.
I should say from Gawker from a decade ago, that there definitely was a client list because they had the black book, Epstein's black book. And he kept the name of a lot of the people who contracted with him and used his criminal services.
The fucking black book was in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial.
No, it wasn't, because there was no blackmail. There was no victims, no clients. How could there be a black book? Turns out that was just a New York martini maker's guide.
Oh, it was just a cocktail recipe. Well, shit, why didn't you say so?
He kept their names there. And so that's how we got some of the information that we already have. And then, of course, on the murder thing, I mean, on the fact, they say he wasn't murdered, but remember, guys, the security camera, which was on him, broke. It broke. It went off when he happened to kill himself. And also there was, a famous forensic scientist did an autopsy on him and said he had injuries consistent with murder, that it was not like...
You know what? I will say I'm a little bitter about one thing. Fuck these lefties who all of a sudden are like, yeah, now independent autopsies are what tell us the truth of what happened. All right, now do George Floyd.
Yeah.
Now do George Floyd. There's an independent autopsy that was done that showed that he died of cardiovascular failure, that he had heart disease, fentanyl, methamphetamine, and a bunch of other shit in his system. And it basically short-circuited his heart. And that's why he died. Should we do that one or no? Okay. No, that one's all shit.
Ketamine is a horse tranquilizer. Some of these guys are pretty big.
A toxicology report showed ketamine, a very powerful sedative. Sedatives are used all the time, doctor. This one's used on horses. George Floyd's pretty big.
Suicide type injuries. So, I mean, the thing stinks to the high heavens. We already know there's a tremendous amount of evidence that Epstein was Mossad, which is Israeli CIA. And so if he was Israeli CIA, what was he?
This is what's wild to me, is when this shit happens and I have to look at lefties and go, oh, they're based. You know? Like, up becomes down. One thing Trump does is he takes our whole political dynamic and he flips it constantly. Like, regularly. He'll do liberal shit and get conservatives to cheer it. And he'll turn liberals into conservatives and get MAGA people to hate it.
And at no point will these two groups of people just look at each other and go, hey, we would be a lot better off if we fought for each other instead of believing these fucks. And no.
This guy's like, come on, we all know Epstein was Mossad. And when I see a liberal start talking like that, I go, keep going. I just want to hand them that thread and I go, pull slowly. Pull slowly. Hey, Kash Patel came out on Rogan and Elon Musk was talking about how Trump knows about what's his name? I want to say Elon Epstein, because he's in the Epstein files and he's on the Epstein client list. And then all of a sudden Israel starts bombing Iran out of nowhere and we join in. Wow.
The business of doing. He was in the business of getting dirt on American businessmen, American politicians, so that Israel could hold that over the heads of our government to make them do whatever Israel wants them to do.
Okay, Kyle, would you let's don't lose me here. Would you say that that's the behavior of a friend? I'm asking, like, let's say you had a buddy and your buddy was like, hey man, guess what? And you're like, what? I got a shitload of dirt on you and I need you to do something really shitty for me or I'm going to tell everyone you're dirt. I would not consider that person my friend. Certainly not. I wouldn't refer to him as my greatest ally. You know who I feel shitty for? I feel shitty for the UK. How many fucking wars did we drag them into 20 years ago and they just followed along, yes sir, no sir, only to hear about how Israel, who didn't lift a finger to help us in any of those wars, is our greatest ally, and oh my God, Israel's so amazing and they're so incredible.
And we don't even want to look into how many of those wars Israel wanted us to wage.
Yeah, don't listen to Wesley Clark. It's going to hurt your feelings.
Right? So the other point I can't get out of my head is, like, if you're somebody who fancies yourself anti-establishment and on the right, like some populist right-winger, you need to come out now and say, I'm totally done with Trump and Trump.
All right.
Scam.
This is where the lefty fucking mind control shit comes in. You don't have to do a goddamn thing.
Right.
You can do with this whatever you want. I think it's horseshit. I think they're lying to cover up something bigger. That doesn't mean I have to. Don't do this shit where you're like, all right, man, I'm going to say a bunch of base stuff on this topic that's going to make you gain respect for me. And then instead of just doing that honestly, because that's how I feel, I'm now going to use that to manipulate you into telling me I was right about everything. It's like, whoa. Let's act in good faith here.
It's been a scam. I was wrong. Kamala would have been way better. This guy betrayed us. Because remember, the whole Epstein thing, this defined the political identity for so many people on the so-called anti-establishment right.
No, immigration did.
Immigration did.
Yeah.
It was immigration again.
Immigration was the big one for most of these people. And they got that. In fairness, I will be fair to Trump. The immigration thing, boy,
is the one thing he has done.
Tom Homan, everybody's favorite.
That and the Jan 6 people. He freed them.
He did free the January 6 people.
And so now here you have your guy coming out and basically, overturning the table and saying, nope, it was all bullshit. And actually the official story is the correct story. And there's nothing to see here at all. No, it's bullshit. Of course, Trump's lying to cover his ass. It makes me think that something is probably imminently going to come out. Like some pictures, some videos.
I will say it is kind of shitty that in order for lefties to believe something that we've been screaming about, it has to go against Trump first.
Yep.
Like, oh, now I totally believe that Epstein was working for Mossad and Israel. Why? Well, because it's making the Trump administration look shitty. How about those of us who didn't give a fuck if it made them look good or bad? And we just wanted to know what the hell was going on with our country. Here's what I hate about these guys like this. He's a fucking worm, just like the rest of them. And he starts out for like 2.5 minutes, and you're like, yeah, good, awesome. And then he gets to the catch, which is now you have to say that it's all bullshit and I was right and we're cool. And, now Trump's we're going to find out that then it just turns into disaster porn for him.
Right.
And you're like, okay. Cody with $5 says, what if Trump was the one who killed Epstein? I don't rule it out. I don't rule any of that shit out, man.
Timeline-wise, it is technically a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, or had him killed, whatever. Somebody says anyone who thinks Kamala would be better than anyone isn't worthless. That's the problem, is that you have this guy, and it's like, oh, it sounds good. Well, now you have to admit Kamala was better. Fucking hell, dude.
No.
It's like, you build up all this good faith, and then in one sentence you go, oh, fuck you.
Plus, there's literally no way to know Kamala would be any better. A lot of stuff wouldn't have changed because a lot of stuff didn't change. But then, like, things like immigration and stuff, how would that have been handled? We don't know.
Right.
But probably not the same way. So there's no way to know.
Would Kamala have been... I'll tell you this. Kamala would not have been better on Epstein because Kamala wouldn't have given a fuck about Epstein one way or the other.
Oh, yeah. We wouldn't have gotten the Kennedy stuff at all.
No. Like, to those people, the Epstein stuff was settled. It was done. He was
and
dead.
to the like core part of Kamala's group, and this was the part of me that was annoyed with the entire, the core part of supporting Kamala, like true believers of Kamala's group, birthrights were on the ballot. That was their literal slogan.
Right.
So they were all worried about birthrights, like who gets to decide whether or not you can kill that baby. Like, even though that had nothing to do with anything, and there wouldn't be any way she could overturn the Supreme Court's decision or anything like that. But that was her running point. So that's what you'd see differently.
Dude, I'm taking a look at the news, like when you Google Epstein today.
Yeah? What are you getting?
You want to see you want to hear the publications that are most featured on Google that are reporting on this? Like, you would think NBC, New York Times, ABC, CBS, Fox, all this shit, CNN. I have...
At very least, the Trump haters.
Yeah, I have Axios, Newsweek, Forbes, Tribune India.
Oof. Is Al Jazeera even covered?
Al Jazeera doesn't give a fuck. Well, in fairness to Al Jazeera, it's about relationships with teenagers, and Muhammad was
fair enough. They can't call out too much bullshit,
right,
regardless of who it's against.
Your prophet loved that shit. Yeah, when it comes to Muhammad, trick lure to kids, so you can't really, glass houses and all that.
Right.
So we don't even have like mainstream media news covering it. Because here's what mainstream media news is doing today. They're going, whew, okay, good. None of our bosses are going to be hauled away in handcuffs.
And they released this like during the 4th of July while everyone was like partied and shit-faced and fucking fireworks and over too much sun and woo. But by the way, Epstein did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Whatever.
While you guys are sunstroked and brutally hungover from 3 nights of drinking, turns out Epstein's fine. Oh, yeah, I'm going back to bed. Literally and metaphysically, I'm going to bed. All right, we got to get into the big, beautiful. Look, man, I wish we had hours of clips. I wish we had lots of stuff we could play for you today, but
nobody's covering it.
And that should tell you everything you need to know.
Well, the only way that would work is if a whole lot of the same people owned the news media.
6 kitty companies run everything. It's kitty history, exactly like ours.
I totally believe he took himself out.
Trevor Moore I was showing SP Whitest Kids You Know this weekend.
Yeah.
And I was telling her, I go, that guy died. He fell off a balcony. She goes, really? I go, probably not. But I didn't want to get into explaining, like, yeah, later in his career, he wasn't just doing cute sketches. He was, like, talking about the Illuminati and, like, Baphomet and fucking secret societies. And they were like, and he was really starting to get super popular. And then he fell off a balcony. Like all of them do. Like all of them do. We have one more thing. This was, people are posting this video a bunch today. And by people, I don't mean the media. This is just like regular people having to dig this shit up because nobody wants to report on this. Do you think this could have any impact on why Epstein didn't do anything wrong?
Oh, who are those people?
Oh, that's just a tall guy. Oh,
Right.
who's that guy?
But who's
that fella?
guy?
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Who's that strapping young lady? You know who that looks like?
Who are you standing right next to?
Remember when people said, yeah, he just met him one time and then banned him from Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what that looks like, Johnny? That looks like a guy who's a financial advisor who didn't blackmail anyone and didn't have any clients.
He's awfully dressed down for the occasion.
Yeah.
He looks like the hired help.
He looks like Brian Cox in Act 3 of Super Troopers. Hey, Denim Dan, nice Canadian tuxedo. I want the theme song to this video clip we're watching be Big Bear, he's iron tough. Big Bear.
Take no.
She's got a great ass. Is she at least 18 years old, Jeff? Yeah, totally 18. Yeah, she's got papers and everything. Don't worry about it. Look at that. That girl is 18. Look at her ass. It goes around and around. It's like a spiral staircase. Can I fuck her later? Right in the tush? That would be great. That would be my dream. That one right there. Not the black one. Look at her. Look at her. She's great. Oh, she looks fantastic, Jeff. 18, right? I don't want you to fuck me over and blackmail me for the Jews later.
That fits surprisingly well
Yeah.
at parts there.
Jeffrey Epstein's, he can't contain himself. He's like, yeah, totally 18. Yup. Got you, buddy. I'll take care of you. Oh, they said Ghislaine was in the background? Did you see her?
I didn't, but I checked. The only lady I was paying attention to after we caught Jeffrey in there was the blonde lady that didn't
Oh,
look very.
shit. Hold on. Let me
Ghislaine
go.
like.
I closed it out. Let's take one more look at that fine piece of video that we just saw. Oh, yeah. She is. Hold on a minute.
Oh, you spot her?
See our lady in red?
Oh, there we go.
There she is. There's our girl. Why would she be hovering around behind Donald Trump as the two of them are talking? I think this guy might be full of shit.
Really?
Yeah. I'm
Wow.
thinking.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh, people seeming to like my recreation of the conversation. Coltrane says, LOL, not the black one. Well, I put my own spin on these things, You guys are 265 away from tomorrow's goal. Like I said, knock out tomorrow's goal. Keep us ahead for a whole month. If you keep us ahead today, I'm going to go till 11 today. You want to see some shit? I have no idea how the fuck this happened, but I want to see if I can show people.
Yeah, dude. What? Whoa. Did you get punched, like, at the gym? Did you get punched in the arm or something?
God, but I haven't sparred since, like, Monday or Tuesday. I mean, I guess those bruises, they could be showing up late. But it doesn't make sense. Because if I were to have bruises all over my arm, it would be my left arm. Because if I decide to fight in the shell, I'll have the left arm draped over here, and it'll protect the body up. And well, do I have any? I got a couple.
It looks like one. Yeah, dude. No, I'd say that'd be my only guess. Unless you're playing a really weird form of golf where there's some sort of way the ball fights back. And
I got to stop standing in front of the tee box. Concrete.
No, I let them. I pay for my my tee time by standing in the driving range for a half an hour.
I'm like Happy Gilmore getting ready for the hockey season. I just stick my arm out there. Hulkamash a Baby with $1 says, who owns Alphabet Inc., which owns Google? Hint, main shareholders rhyme with Hack Rock and Tangard. Oh, my God. Zach Locke and Dan Gard run Alphabet? I had no idea. I know those guys.
Crazy.
But that's how it goes. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, Ozzy hung him up this weekend.
Really?
Ozzy did his last live performance this weekend. His health is in the shitter. Like, he can't hear. And
he should have done his last live performance a long time ago.
A long time ago. He's like 75, and he's like Tommy Lee Jones. He's looked his age for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And Ozzy finally hung him up over the weekend. He did his last performance, and his daughter got engaged at his last event. His last performance. So that's good. Make it all about you.
Yeah.
While your dad's trying to have a sweet moment. It's really good.
He's never going to have another last performance, but I mean, there's a decent chance he'll get engaged again.
Well, none of these bands, they always do one, they just do one retirement show.
Yeah, they never come back later.
They never come back later. They're totally
for
fine.
One last money grab.
Yeah. Kiss did that one. Everyone remembers that Kiss farewell tour.
Mm-hmm.
And they never toured again.
Mm-mm.
That was really big. Like, if I go right now, if I go Kiss tour schedule, I'm going to guess that their last one was like 1994 or something when they had their first retirement tour. Let's see. Kiss has announced a return to performing with a series of shows in Las Vegas called Kiss Army Storms Vegas. At least it's an original. They put a lot of thought into that. From November 14th to 16th, 2025, at the Theater at Virgin Hotels. This marks their first performances since their farewell tour ended in December of 2023. Now, I love how they say that like that's an accomplishment. Hey, this is their first performance since their farewell tour. Okay, but a farewell tour is supposed to say farewell.
Right, it means you're leaving. You're going. Goodbye.
Kiss farewell tour. Let's see how many. December 2023. The tour, which began in 2019, spanned nearly 5 years due to pandemic-related delays. All right. Yeah, but when was there? They had other ones. How many times has Kiss had a farewell tour? Here we go. They only had 2 farewell tours, and the first one was with the original lineup. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Can't do. So they've done 2 farewell tours. Now they're coming back to perform in Las Vegas. And you know that Gene, who owns the band, Gene Simmons is going to basically take a cover band and make them the new Kiss. He's going to legitimize them. And
and he's just going to play the music on all right, I'll play the tape. You guys pretend you're playing the music. Boom.
It's another reason that Nickelback is one of the most honest and dignified bands in existence, and everyone should respect them. Nickelback has never told the audience that it's a farewell tour and then bilked them for money.
Nope.
They're just out there doing their thing. When's Nickelback coming to Nickelback tour schedule? Don't worry, guys. This is not a main topic. This is as we adjust, as we go to our next thing, which is going to be, I think, Big Beautiful Bill.
Oh, boy.
Is next. No, not the legislation, just a guy.
Oh.
That we
just
call.
a really big, beautiful guy?
Yeah, named Bill.
You just found one, huh?
Yeah, we're going to look at him for a while.
Weird how you come across those a lot.
Yeah. We're going to basically take the Lorenzo Lamas laser pointer. Just going to show you where like his calves need work and shit. And his name is Big Beautiful Bill. All right, here you go, guys. Nickelback, July 12th. So that's next Saturday. This Saturday. Ashland, Kentucky at the Boyd County Extension. What?
That sounds like a few steps under there. They doing charity work?
5 days later, East Troy, Wisconsin. So a week from this Thursday at the Alpine Valley Music Theater in Wisconsin. You can go to that one. Sioux Falls, South Dakota. They're going to be at the Lion Fairgrounds, July 18th. Oh, then they're back at the Alpine Valley Music Theater on the 18th. Wait, so they're doing East Troy, Wisconsin. They're doing the Alpine Music Theater on the 17th and 18th, but they're swinging over Minnesota to do a show in Sioux Falls, South Dakota on the 18th. And then they're doing Sioux Falls, South Dakota again on the 18th. This is fucked up, dude.
Yeah, something's not right there. How many Nickelback bands are there?
Then they're in Anderson, South Carolina, July 25th at the Anderson Sports and Entertainment Center for 2 days. Holy shit, dude. They're working their fucking balls off.
Yeah.
Canton, Ohio. They're going to be in Sturgis. They'll love them there in Sturgis. No Minnesota, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm not too heartbroken about it.
No Minnesota for Nickelback.
I don't mind Nickelback, but it's not gonna upset me really to not see them.
Rusty Grammer with $2 says Ghislaine is also in Linkin Park's Crawling music video about 50 seconds in. Also, Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell will also working on a documentary about child abuse before they died.
That's not true.
Even so, Chester Bennington was fucked up. He was one of those guys who, like, no matter how much money he made, he was always sad. Hold on. Crawling music video. Official music video link. Oh, this only has 447 million views. A couple of fucking hacks. All right, 50 seconds in, he said?
Supposedly.
That is not... Come on. Come on, guys. That is not Ghislaine Maxwell. Stop it. Yeah. Well, that was a giant fucking waste of time.
But no, dude, him and Chris Cornell are going to blow the lid off of child abuse.
That's right. Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington. Everyone's going to listen to them.
It's no way at all possibly someone who has way too many emotional problems to quite be able to cope with, and someone else who may or may not have had a particular fetish for asphyxiation. Not at all.
Oh, my God. They just said, Aaron, you stopped too soon. I'm not doing this. You're 1,000% fucking with me, and I'm going to play it a little longer, but I don't believe you. I just want to point that I'm going to do what you're asking me to do, but I don't buy a word of it. That's Chester Bennington. That's that same girl. Oh shit. That's actually that looks kind of like, it's not her at all.
Well, I can't see the screen. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's not her. I mean, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Mrs. C likes Kahuna with $2, says, can you teach my dad how to do a pro show? You really can't teach the way I do it. A lot of these people on the internet, they're doing an imitation of a show. What we do, you see, like when we have no goals, it's chill, it's relaxed, it's conversational. As an audience member, I just imagine all these people who are audience members of these like drama shows. It's like their muscles are always tight. They're always waiting for the next big dramatic thing. You see how we put our audience at ease and they can listen to it and it's nice.
Interact with it on their own pace.
Yeah, that's how you do a real show. All these other people, complete hacks. I'm so many levels ahead of these people. It's disgusting. And if you're into that sort of stuff, it's fine. Just know I judge you harshly and that I know I deliver a superior product and these other people you're listening to are mentally retarded. No offense. If that's what you're into, that's totally fine. I'm not judging you. I'm just telling you the way it is. That's all.
Hey, man, you got your own thing. Some people like being furries. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, look, are we wildly successful? All I'm saying is we're 260 away from tomorrow's goal. We don't have to worry about one today.
All right.
So we must be doing something right. Approachable says, Aaron, you might want to Google who was in that music video. Oh, God damn it. Lincoln Park.
Yeah, just Lincoln
Crawling
Park,
music video. Yeah, it's not in there. That's not her. I'm sorry. Depicted. Now they say Ghislaine Maxwell depicted. Is that them trying to say oh, that woman looks like Ghislaine Maxwell and she's trafficking that other girl? Maybe. But that's not her. I'm sorry. That's not Ghislaine Maxwell. I apologize. I can't go with you on that one. All right, we are 260 away from today. Or no, Jesus Christ, Aaron. From tomorrow. Keep us ahead and keep us perfect, because I know that we're not going to be ahead forever. But today's not going to be the day we stop being ahead. I'm not ready for it yet. Okay, let's get into this big, beautiful bill stuff.
Okay.
We're going to get some of the details here. And I have to say, there are people who are passionate about this thing on the pro side and the con side. And it's not even left-right. There's righties who hate it. There's righties who hated it so much they wouldn't vote for it. There's righties who, swallowed the pill and voted for it. And then there's lefties who, obviously, it's Trump, so they fucking hate it. But when it comes to the big, beautiful bill thing, I'm not really passionately on either side. I look at what's in it and I go, I don't get it. I don't understand why this is a big deal, other than it spends a fuckload of money.
And we don't cut any once again.
Yeah. There's no cuts. All the shit we did with Doge, which Doge is around for another 363 days or so.
Yeah, does it matter?
We didn't do any of it.
Yeah, none of it's going to get passed or ratified or whatever the fuck it needs to be now.
Right, we did some of it.
Oh, we pointed it all out. That's what we did.
Yeah, we pointed out how much waste and fraud and abuse there was, and then we did nothing about... We did the Doug Stanhope bit about raising awareness. We stood on top of the road and pointed to the wreckage in the ditch and went, look! And people went, no, help. No, not help. Look! I'm raising awareness. I'm starting to think this whole Trump second administration thing might be, we're getting hustled.
Certainly seems like it.
Here's him signing the bill. I love those pens, by the way.
You know it's not an auto pen when he's got a giant Sharpie in his hand.
Yeah. Hey, at least they're not making a crazy big deal about it. I mean, they always bring a fucking 20-piece orchestra in to fucking sign a bill. If they had any sense of humor, they'd play Schoolhouse Rock, I'm Just a Bill, while he signs this. You all get an education.
No, it wasn't.
No, wasn't a good one, sir. This is kind of like late stages MAGA, though. Late stages MAGA is whatever we can call a win.
Right.
We just need a win. Does it have to be good for the country? No. Does it have to be something we can be really proud of and talk about what's in it? No. It just has to be perceived as a win. That's all.
Mr. President, this is the gavel we use to enact the big, beautiful bill, and I want you to have that for your
Use it to hit yourself in the dick with it when the effects start kicking in.
What a great metaphor for this Trump administration. Oh, by the way, the tariffs are about to go back into effect because we didn't work out trade deals in the 90 days that we had to work out trade deals before the tariffs took effect.
Oh, so that economy of ours is going to just skyrocket, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Prices down, money up, wins all over, huh?
Oh, and also, you know what Trump could do with that gavel? He could beat himself in the head with it like Daffy Duck going, whoa, whoa, whoa. He could. Lots of metaphors. He could, like you said, he could hit himself in the dick with it. He could give himself the little notches like Foghorn Leghorn. There's a lot of things he could do.
Are we ready? Are we ready?
Dude, didn't they have the... I don't know.
That's him crushing our hopes and dreams of the Epstein list being released. Just went, there you go, you pieces of shit. You'll never see it. I got dick pics in there. It's never going to come out.
You want the economy to turn around to avoid a one-world government? Let's take that hope and smash it right fucking there.
Yeah. Oh, you want the economy to be fine and America to take care of itself? Best I can do is hammer the shit out of a wood table. Oh, you'd like America to be free from foreign influence and corruption. Best I can do is whack a table with a hammer in my front lawn. Like a neighborhood retard. That's what I can give you.
Have a good time.
Now, if you'll excuse me, this is a box full of donuts. I'm hungry and I'm going to retire to my estate. So that's your big, beautiful bill. Hey, the 2017 tax cuts are now permanent. That's great and all. Don't get me wrong, but I just
spending cuts need to come with them.
Well, not only that, it's also like I already have those.
Right.
Like, so nothing's changing. It's just not going back to the way it was.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks, I guess. 2017 tax cuts are now permanent. Oh, cool. What will that change for me? Nothing. Oh, so like the big celebration, the big win here is we didn't raise your taxes. Oh, so you cut them further? Because we're way overtaxed still. No. We just didn't raise them. So you should applaud us. It's like you have a kid and your kid wants you to clap for him because he's like 9 and he didn't shit all over the floor. It's like, yeah, no, that's just something we kind of expect.
Yeah, it's ground level.
By the way, I'm really close. It looks like, if anyone thinks it looks like I'm whacking off under the table, there's a middle panel. You know how you have your table and then you have the little things under it that stop you from like being able to reach under the table? You know, it's those little extensions. I got one here that's bending back and forth and I can almost pull it off of here. But then I felt in the back and it turns out it's just on hinges.
Oh.
Like, I've been sitting here playing with it going like, oh, if I keep bending this back, like this is how retarded it is. I've been bending it back and forth going, oh yeah, I'm working it loose. It's going to come out. And it turns out I felt in the back here, it just has hinges.
So you've accomplished nothing.
Yeah, it turns out I've been
Literally, that's the perfect analogy for the Trump administration right now.
Yeah.
Like you went in with these very, very explicit hopes. And at first it seemed like things were working in your favor.
Yeah.
You're starting to get a lot of what you want. And you realize, oh, no. I was a fucking idiot the whole time.
Riding Dirty Llama says, you hate Trump so much. See yourselves to the border. I like Trump. I'm rooting for him. I just want the cocksucker to do what he promised.
I don't hate Trump. I'm indifferent. I still say, and I'm like, this is the other thing too, like, oh, you hate Trump. I still say that Trump's a better choice than Kamala.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I'm happy with the job he's doing.
Well, yeah. Why would you want a professional wrestler to be president?
Or a wine mom. Either way.
Medicaid and food stamps. Let's put this on. You guys can read with us. Medicaid and food stamps accountability. Stricter work requirements and eligibility checks will review whether at least 11 million people should be receiving health care that the rest of us pay for. Able-bodied adults under 65 must now work 80 hours a month to remain eligible. No freeloading and buying fudge rounds with tax dollars. This is estimated to save almost $1 trillion.
Yeah, you can estimate to say however much you want.
So I guess like if you don't work 20 hours a week, you can't get food stamps or Medicaid unless you're disabled. So like,
right, but that's still not going to offset the massive amount we're putting into the military budget either. Like those things aren't equal.
$46.5 billion has been allocated for border wall and immigration enforcement. ICE alone is now one of the top funded militaries in the world. Oh, fuck.
Fuck that.
See, these boomers, like, not to be as boomer conservatives, like neocons almost. And they're like, 46.5 billion. Hey, ICE is now one of the top funded militaries in the world. Yeah, that's bad. Whatever happened to the party of fiscal responsibility? Now we cheer how much shit costs. Like the party of, hey, let's be responsible. Let's watch our dollars. Let's protect the taxpayers. You know, unless it's about throwing Mexicans across the border, bombing other countries, then fucking rad that we, irresponsibly spend. And the Pentagon has failed audits for what, 7 years in a row now?
I think so.
Great. Energy.
I remember that one time they were gonna release those papers and they had those audits of records, and then suddenly the next day a plane hit the building.
What was the name of the guy who owned that building?
No, that was the Pentagon. I don't know.
Oh, I was thinking of the other two buildings that were hit that day.
Yeah, the other two buildings were, that was at the same exact time. It was really good. All of them were targets, apparently.
I believe his name was Silver something. Silver Surfer. The Silver Surfer owned the world.
I thought he was Peter Precious Metal, but I can't remember.
Peter Precious Metal. Started a war, made the United States metal.
Oh.
Energy policy shift. Fossil fuel development is now being prioritized and renewable energy incentives are going bye-bye. The government is taking its thumb off the market and we're going to drill, baby, drill. I mean, that's good.
Ish.
I like that. That's a good thing in it. Child tax credit is going from $2,200 to $2,500. I'm going to make $600. I get to claim two. Because you can't both claim a kid.
Right.
I get to claim two. That's what you get for paying a shitload of money every year. So you get to claim an extra kid, if you have three of them. $2,200 to $2,500. Okay. I mean, fine, I guess. That's $300 a kid. That's some spending. $25 billion for a Golden Dome missile defense system. Because of all those missiles that get shot at us. We have to spend $25 billion so that we can be protected from all of the missiles that all of these countries are crazy as fuck enough to launch at us. Hey, Johnny, in our entire history, how many missiles have been launched and hit the United States?
0.
I believe that would be 0. I think we should definitely borrow $25 billion at 4.5% interest to build that. And $29 billion for shipbuilding to help America compete with China in the lead up to World War III. God, not the bee is full of a bunch of douchebag fucking suck Trump's cock fucking neocon assholes. Yeah, we got to get ready. Most of us would like to have a relationship where China and us are cool so it doesn't lead to World War III.
Gotta be the goal.
Yeah, call me a Nazi, call me whatever you want, but you know what I think would have been cool after the Soviet Union collapsed is letting Russia into NATO. Could you imagine the United States and Russia both in NATO?
Yeah, nobody fucks around then.
There's no war. Oh. See, if Russia and the United States are allies, there's no wars. There's no.
I wonder who'd be interested in keeping that ball in the air.
There's no reason to build tanks and bombs and Okay. Tips and overtime are now exempt from taxes. Senior citizens get additional tax exemptions as they prepare to retire. State and local taxes will be deductible on federal taxes. Okay. Wait. State and local taxes. Hold on a minute. So, all of us who are taxed to piss in Minnesota are going to get to deduct
that off of federal.
Okay.
When does this take effect? This next tax season coming up, or ones after that?
2026. So for the 2025 tax year.
So for this tax year?
As I understand it, yes. Holy shit. That one's kind of cool.
Yeah, that fucking bails me out a buttload.
Some of us live in states that where the taxes are quite a bit higher.
Shall we say egregious?
I'll say this though, still not super impressed with the bill.
No, just in the one thing they said would save an estimated $1 trillion, we've taken oh wait, no, not half. Never mind. I did the math wrong on that. We've already taken. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Oh, and also, we raised the debt ceiling by I think $9 trillion. So, party of fiscal responsibility.
Boy,
killing it, crushing it. The United States of America, folks, crushing the game. Landers says we have Thad and Patriot. Those are the names of my dogs. Trump's either retarded or doesn't listen to his generals. We already, little a column A, little a column B. We already have the best air defense system in the world. Yeah, but what if an invisible country that doesn't exist launches missiles at us all of a sudden?
and remember, the way Trump sold it first was like, Israel has the Iron Dome. Why don't we have a dome? We should have a golden dome.
Leah says, you've been able to deduct them, Aaron. This isn't new. Oh.
Well, then I have to talk to my accountant if it's not happening.
Well, unless, I'm sure when I do my taxes, they just do it for you.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope. But, yeah, shit. Not great. It's big, I'll give you that, and it is a bill. The beautiful part, I think, is debatable. But there's absolutely zero denying that it is big, and it is a bill.
And it is a bill.
Yes. Bigot on socialist media says USA will be $50 trillion in debt before 2030. Guaranteed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because we're what, 37?
I'm just not excited to hear that.
37, 5 years. No, well, boy, that's a good over-under to set, though. That's a good over-under to set. Bird Collector says, still going to pay on overtime for state tax, Social Security, and Medicare. That's true. Payroll taxes on all of that. Balls Deep with 99 cents. Thank you very much, buddy. You guys are 99 cents. You guys are $260 away from tomorrow morning. If you want to make that happen and keep us ahead, I love it. I think it's great. Thank you guys so much for everything you do for this program. So, Elon Musk got Elon, he got so pissed about this big, beautiful bill. And he didn't like it from Jump Street, remember?
Yeah, he's been against it from the word go.
He's been against it from day one. And so he launched his own political party. And I guess Mark Cuban wants to join. It's, all these guys who aren't right enough for Republicans and aren't left enough for Democrats. They all want to join this America Party. That's what it's called. By the way, what's with these shitty, uninspired names coming from these entrepreneurs? Like the guy who started SpaceX and Tesla, and it's like, hey, we got a political party. What are you going to come up with? You have hundreds of billions of dollars. You have marketing people at your disposal. And you're like, I think I'm going to call it America Party. Cool. That's
right.
Great. I was going to call it the Bull Moose Party, but apparently it was taken. That's a cool fucking name. Like, Teddy knew how to name a political party. What are you? I'm a big, giant fucking, big antlered fucker that stomps you to death with his front hooves by accident.
Hear me out, wigs. Call yourself the Wig Party.
Wig was a cool party. I think if trans people started a party,
well, that works for that.
They could start the Wig Party, or a bunch of cross-dressers. They could start the Wig Party, or people undergoing chemo.
They call us.
Or like, what would by that statement, what would be the name of the party? Let's test you, Johnny. What would be the name of the party that looks white but acts black?
Well, it'd technically be the same one.
Really? Would it sound exactly the same?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like if you pluralized it, yeah.
Wig.
Yeah. I know.
Wig. Can you finish?
You really want me to say?
Yeah. What would the party be called?
Wiggers.
Oh, wow. No, I was going to say cultural appropriation party. Jesus Christ, that was offensive.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
Why would
I
you?
took that in a way. I really felt like we were going on the same path there. You
No.
went left and I went right. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. Why would you say that word?
I feel like you gaslit me into horrible racism.
I was trying to say cultural appropriation. Holy shit, dude.
I didn't get that from there. You got to learn how to direct more, my friend.
If I said it was a party full of people with a white mom and a black dad, would you call it the High Ella party?
No, I'd call...
Jesus Christ, man. I would call it the biracial party.
Oh.
Oh, my
See, I thought
God.
Mocha just had a great sound to it.
Okay, so you got the Whigs. What if there's a black nationalist party? What would you call it?
The Black Nationalist Party, I guess.
Oh, I was just going to call it the projected to lose. But that's just me. Ooh, Concrete Petey goes, hey, I've got $1 million idea. Spirit Cruise Lines. They already have that. It's called Carnival.
Yeah. There's a documentary about how they all had to shit in bags for a couple of months.
Yeah, was that a Carnival cruise?
I'm pretty sure it is.
What's the rich people cruise line? Is it not Royal Caribbean? Royal Caribbean's kind of like a middle one, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't go on cruises. They're not great for people with non-functional legs.
That's a good point. You don't have your sea legs. There's Regent Seven Seas, Silver Sea, Seabourn, Oceania, and Viking. Those are the high-end cruise
I think
lines.
is Viking the high-end one?
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Viking Ocean Cruises cost. Viking Ocean Cruises generally range in price from $2,500 to $6,000 per person. Isn't that normal for a cruise?
I don't know. Never gone on a cruise.
How,
My people are afraid of boats.
How much does a Caribbean cruise cost per person? Oh, my God. $100 to $1,000. Oh, per night. I was going to say, you might expect to pay between $700 and $7,000 or more per person. And that's for...
That's still a lot more manageable than
Oh, wait, that's Caribbean. No, Carnival. Not Caribbean's a location, you dumb dick. Carnival cruise, a few $100s to several thousand. You can find budget-friendly options starting around $200 per person for a short cruise. So I don't know, you spend $1,000 on Carnival, you're probably aces. How much does a Royal Caribbean cruise cost per person? $700 to $1,750 a person. A suite could range from $2,100 to $7,000 or more. So, all right, it varies.
Yeah.
Go on a fucking boat ride. Be stuck out in the middle of the ocean.
Longer are the days when you could just win a ticket at a card game and meet the love of your life.
Right? Some hoe who was unhappy that she was going to be rich forever and never have to worry about anything. She had to put up with a mildly dickish Billy Zane. Whatever. He can act his fucking balls off. You guys can travel the Old West.
Right. No, not anymore.
On St. Crispin's Day. Run into a guy named Johnny Ringo. Can meet your maker, unfortunately. All right, let's continue on. So Elon starts the America Party. And he's pissed at Trump because, well, I mean, think about it. If you're Elon, you took this job in Doge. And they said, hey, man, make a shitload of cuts. Go fucking crazy. And he did. And you remember how mad people were and the things that they said and did. They stocked his dealerships. They vandalized his cars. They caused havoc with his company But he was doing this because he's like, wow, I get to make a difference. I get to cut a shitload of money from the budget. And it turns out we said, yeah, fuck that. We're not doing it.
Yep.
So this guy risks everything, donates his time, and in the end basically gets ignored. Like, that would really annoy the shit out of me if you begged me to come do something and then I do it and then you go, yeah, I was just fucking around. So he's mad about that. Well, now there's all these clean energy subsidies are being taken away in the big, beautiful bill. So Elon's going to lose money on that deal with his electric cars. And then on top of it, now apparently conservatives are pissed at Elon. And Tesla is down like 8% in trading this morning.
Yeah.
So if you're Elon, you left your incredibly successful life to go and help the country. You've pissed off both parties. You're openly feuding with the president who has a cult of personality. And your companies that you're supposed to take care of
are now kind of in the shitter.
Yeah, they're losing value and they're struggling. I'd be pissed off too if I were him.
Yeah. And then the best part about this is now that you're not getting along with the president, it makes that whole SpaceX venture a lot shakier too. So, oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, good luck getting those government contracts. It's not like Trump isn't petty or anything. So this is Donald talking about Elon.
Elon Musk starting a third party.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system.
Yeah.
I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
It's almost like the two parties are actively interested working together to prevent a third from happening, because then they'd actually have to work together.
Right. He shouldn't start a third party. It's terrible to start a third party. Why is that, Donald? Because it's devastating to my case. No, I get, like, these two are going to be backbiting at each other. A lot of people think that Elon might come out with what he knows about the Epstein stuff.
I don't think so.
And that's why on Sunday they decided to come out and go, oh, yeah, by the way, Epstein did nothing. There's no big deal. Don't worry about it.
I don't put it past Elon to say shit, but as far as put anything like provable out there, I don't know.
Who, what, why with $2 says Johnny Ringo or Johnny Crybaby. LOL. That's you, by the way. You're Johnny Crybaby.
Yeah, apparently when you have physical difficulties on a regular basis, people don't understand being emotional. Whatever.
You're a big fucking crybaby, apparently.
Yeah, at certain times in my life, yeah.
Who, what, why would, if who, what, why had a disease, he would just fucking,
aces.
He'd truck right through it. That guy, he's badass. You know how I know that who, what, why is a badass?
How is that?
Because he sent $2 to say something on YouTube.
Oh,
that's how I know he's a well-adjusted adult who handles adversity very well in his life. Give that man a hand. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the America Party's going to go anywhere. And honestly, if I were Elon, I would so not want to be involved in politics anymore.
Yeah, I'd put my head in the sand and just try and walk away with some sort of success out of this. The third party won't work just because the system is not interested in having a third party.
I want to get back to focusing on my cars if I'm him, and my spaceships, my rockets. That's what nerds need to do. He needs to stop knocking up middling conservative chicks, and he needs to start playing with rockets and cars again, like an autistic dork would do. Although that Ashley St. Clair is not bad. Not going to kick her out of bed for eating crackers. She seems.
But does he knock them up himself, or does he just donate sperm?
Oh no! I think he does it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, he gets after it. But Amber,
that's one autist that figured it out.
Yeah.
Well, damn.
Amber Heard, Ashley St. Clair. I don't know any of the other ones. Who, what, why with $2 says, we had a deal, Aaron. I thought the deal was I get to make fun of you if I want to. Oh, man, I would never agree to a deal other than that one. Who, what, why? How dare you?
Make fun of everybody on this show.
Carlos Cameo says, I think at least he's going to have one America Party candidate to split the GOP vote in the midterms. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, look, I can see Elon getting bored with this idea and then just not doing anything with it. And plus, Elon and Trump were fighting like 2 weeks ago, and then it all went away. So I don't know how permanent their feuds are, really.
We'll see where this ends in say, the midterms or the election after that.
They're very on again, off again, those two. All right, we are 260 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Thank you guys very much. A little over almost 800 on all of our platforms. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Hit like, hit share, hit subscribe. We love people who hit like, hit share, and hit subscribe. That's fantastic. Thank you. As we have a slow moving early start to this holiday weekend. I got to imagine that people are fucking taking an extra day today, though.
I would hope so. Either take an extra day today or take an extra day beforehand. But either way.
Yeah, that is weird. Like, you get those 3-day weekends and you're like, I need an extra day.
You need one before or after just to make it even.
Yeah. We talk a lot on this show about how property taxes are complete horseshit and you can't really live in a free country if you've got property taxes all over the goddamn place, because you can pay off your mortgage.
Right.
You can pay what you owe. You can own your house outright and still lose it. But you don't pay your property taxes. You get way the fuck behind. Let's say your property taxes are $4,000 a year, right? Which unfortunately is not crazy these days. So you got $4,000 a year for property taxes. Let's say you don't pay them for 10 years. Let's say you pay off your mortgage, and so you fuck off and forget about it. Because a lot of people, they have a mortgage, the property taxes just get rolled into them. It's another one of those ways the government just stops you from realizing how fucked you're getting. Is they just include it in shit like your paycheck. There was a radio show guy who became a congressman. His name was Jason Lewis. And he always said, if people had to write a check every payday to the government, there would be a revolution. Like, if you just got your whole paycheck in, like, just straight away, you got your salary. And then when you got paid, you had like 48 hours to mail in your taxes. People would lose their fucking mind when they saw how big of tax, because taxes, when you combine all your taxes, it's by far the biggest expense you have.
Yeah.
More than your mortgage, more than your vehicle, more than investments, anything like that. Your taxes are the biggest, heaviest thing you've got. So you have this idea that you own your home, but again, the government has an easement on your property. So if it's like 10 feet from the sidewalk, they can fuck around and do shit. They just did it at my house. There's the property taxes, all of that stuff that they can fuck with you on. You need a permit if you want to build some shit on your property. Hey, I want to build a fence. It's my house. I want to build a fence. Well,
you get to decide how tall it is and where it can go. And aside from gas lines, power lines, and like sewage lines, things like that, aside from that, the city and the fucking state and all of them, they have no business making those decisions.
Right. You can dig to, help me find out, or you can survey to find out where dangerous shit's going to be before I dig my posts. But outside of that,
you should fuck off. It's my fence.
Exactly. So Ron DeSantis from Florida, the governor of Florida, recently gave a speech on property taxes. And this, I'll be honest, this is very rare to see a politician talking like this. But first, Who, What, Why with $2 says, fuck you, bro. I'll never trust you again. I did warn you not to trust me. 255 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Again, guys, all the links are in the chat. I will reiterate, if you keep us ahead for the week, I will do an extra half hour. Leah says, we just built a fence. The permit was $50. The fence was $8,000. Not really concerned about the permit cost. Oh, no. I'm not talking about the permit cost. I'm talking about the concept of the permit itself.
Right.
Like the idea that you own something, but you have to ask somebody else's permission to improve upon it.
And to get that permit, did your fence have to fit specific parameters, like only this tall, or had to have this much clearance underneath, whatever?
Yeah, and what are you going
to
and what are they going to do? Fucking measure it? Actually, you know what? I shouldn't say
Well,
that.
actually, if you make it too tall, they definitely will.
Oh, by the way, Who What Why is now in fourth place, by the way.
Nice. Way to
Who
go,
What
buddy.
Why is in fourth place with $6. Thank you, buddy. This is Ron DeSantis on the issue of property taxes. I thought this was really good.
Subject their citizens to higher taxes, such as higher property taxes, to pay for these spending habits. And you know, these property taxes, it's like you buy a home, you buy land, maybe you buy the home outright, but maybe you pay off a mortgage over 30 years. And then, okay, you've paid off the mortgage, you bought the land, you've been taxed many times. It's like, is it your property or not? Just for being on your property, you got to write a check to the government every year.
I mean, look, I appreciate you saying it. I'm glad that you're pointing this out and maybe opening some eyes to this idea. But boy, it sure would be great if you were in a position to do something about this.
Right? If like you could just say, get rid of property taxes.
Right. Like if you could work in a state that was really anti-tax to begin with, say a state that didn't even have an income tax. And you could maybe try and get something passed that would, eliminate those property taxes or alter those property taxes in some way. That would be fucking crazy, bro, if you could get a job like that.
Yeah.
And then be able to influence that kind of like, there is something disingenuous about politicians being like, this is wrong, this is bad, this is terrible, and then never doing anything about it. Like, it's one thing if he had legislation to end or change property taxes and it failed. I mean, at least he gave it a shot. But these guys go, hey, man, property taxes are evil and you shouldn't have to pay them. All right, see you later.
All right, so quick thought experiment along those same lines. So you're saying
Choose.
is another scenario.
Oh, sorry.
Completely devoid of this.
Okay.
You're saying it's like having, say, a president who is of a minority group, and he publicly states how that minority group is wrongfully imprisoned for a specific crime, like let's say nonviolent drug offenses of a marijuana nature.
Sure.
And you're not in a position to overturn any of that in any way, shape, or form.
He really didn't lift a finger on that issue, did he?
No, he didn't. He just talked about how it was bad. He rose awareness. He Doug Stanhoped it.
Right. Look, Negroes in jail. Oh, you're going to give them clemency? No, look. What did that black guy do? He sold marijuana to somebody. Oh, like a kid? No, a grown man. Oh, are you going to let him out? Not in a million fucking years, dude. I got shit.
Don't you have like a power to like I don't know, grant a pardon or something to all those people? No, it's never heard of. A Democrat would never widely pardon large groups of criminals.
Now, if you'll excuse me, a man who orchestrated a pandemic and crushed our economy needs my help. That would be Biden, but still, same idea. That is true. Biden was like, we have so many black men who are in prison for nonviolent drug offenses. Oh, so you're going to pardon them and let them out? No, not in a million fucking years would I ever do something like that. Why? Because I'm a fucking first black president, and that's all they're ever going to talk about if I do that, is how I just freed a bunch of blacks. Yeah, but sir,
because it makes me look cool, I'm going to brag about how I smoked a joint in college.
We should revisit Penn Jillette's rant on that. It's so fucking good. It's so good.
So you're basically paying rent to the government to live on your own property, and our homestead exemption is not strong enough to help these folks because the property gets assessed so high. And that's the thing.
That is 1,000% true. The county assesses. The county basically takes a number of what they need in property taxes, yanks it out of their ass, and then says your home's worth that.
Distributes it. Yep.
That's how property taxes work. hey, the county assessor came out. And he probably didn't come out. He probably just was on a computer.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, your house is worth $375,000. Oh, really? Because like the last one in town here sold for like $350,000, $340,000. Yeah, yours is super cool though. Oh, so glad.
It's got that tree though.
Yeah. What do I get for my super cool house? We're gonna let you pay us more money for it. Oh, that's great.
But hey, you can borrow more money because its value's up. So now when you go to borrow money, you could say it's of a higher value.
Right, you can borrow
that
against
gets me in more debt.
Yeah, you can borrow against the equity in your home. Wait, let me get something straight. So I put a bunch of money into this house. Indeed, you did. Yes, and that money is mine. I paid off the mortgage with it. Yes, but in order to access that money, I have to borrow it and pay you interest. Indeed, you do. Oh.
Weird.
But the money's mine. Correct. Yes, it's your equity in your home. Sweet. So, but you borrow it to me. You loan it to me at interest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we tax you on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that too. Hey, not for nothing, but this system doesn't sound like it was set up for me. Now you're getting it, Sparky.
Buy a home for $300,000 and you know there's certain tax. Well, then what? 10 years later, they say it's worth $700,000. And so, and they say, there's homestead stuff that helps protect you to a certain extent, but you're paying more. And a lot of people can't afford that. So I think that's a big...
Since I bought this house in 2019 or so, my mortgage has gone up $200 to $300 a month. Purely because of property taxes and home value. That's it.
Yeah, the same reason this one here, ours, and we got this one in 2015. It's gone up once.
Really? That's it?
Stated. Yeah, we got through it just once.
Mine's gone up 2 or 3 times.
You're in a nicer neighborhood.
Fuck yeah, I'm so privileged. You live in a nicer neighborhood. Cool, what's my reward? Give us more money.
More money.
Fucking sack of
Right?
shit. Yep.
issue, and I know we're going to be really looking at ways to bring people.
And then we'll demonize you to the poor people, and then have them vote for us by telling them that you're a piece of shit. Oh yeah, what do I get for that again? Give us more money. Oh, cool.
So I'm like a 1%er? No. You're just lower middle class.
Because
no, all the people who are really rich, they look down on you with disdain. But we make people who are really poor look up at you with anger. It's the great middle class shell game that politicians have been running forever.
I think it's been really something that's pinching a lot of homeowners, particularly seniors on fixed income. But the reality is people have seen, and this is not the state, we don't control this, we've not allowed any of that stuff to
He's
happen.
right, it is
Cutting
county
taxes,
level.
but people have seen their property tax liability go up over these last years because the property is being assessed higher and higher. And the reality is you don't really know how much your home is worth until someone offers you money and is willing to pull the trigger on a sale. That's how a market works. You can say it's worth this much, but if no one's willing to come and offer you that much, then why should you pay taxes on that amount? And so there's a lot of things that...
Because greedy fucks say you have to, and then because we don't pick up pitchforks and torches and revolt. That's why.
It's almost like you should pay tax on the sale like one time, like you do with, say, a car. Like my auto loan. I'm not going to keep paying taxes. Oh, I suppose I am paying registration. Shit, I was going to
right.
I'm
yeah,
not
I'm
going to
saying,
keep paying tax.
I'm like, dude, cars are a bad example because if you sell a car once, you sell it again, there's taxes on it again the second time it's sold.
Right. Well, I mean... Look, as much as I would like to agree with you that there should only be taxes on it once, like the tax money is going to have to keep coming in if the government is going to keep saying. So I'm willing to accept a tax at every point of sale, but still being said, there should be a tax one time on the point of sale, and then we're done.
Yeah. Carlos says, Aaron, if Florida abolishes property taxes, who knows a realtor in St. Pete? Yeah, St. Pete would be a good one to go to. That's for sure. Aaron, I've never owned a home, so help me out here. Is there a sales tax on a home purchase? There's all kinds of taxes, fees, and all kinds of shit when you buy a house. They give you a stack of papers like that, and you got to look over them and sign them, and like they do the bare minimum to explain what you're signing. I think a fun thing to do when you buy your home, read every piece of paper. They have to sit there and wait for you. They can't make you sign. So sit there and just read the whole thing. It's insane. It's really crazy. Tax, title, license, for cars and shit. It's a ripoff. It's a giant fucking ripoff. But as George Carlin once said, everybody's got a cell phone that makes pancakes, so nobody rocks the boat.
Yep. Which is why when nothing happened with Doge, people covered for Trump saying, "Oh well, it's the Supreme Court that changed the rules that said that they had to be voted." Right, the Supreme Court did that, but you notice Donald Trump isn't coming out every day telling you what betrayal your senators and politicians who didn't vote this stuff in are doing. We did our thing and we moved on.
Anna Wall says, yep, the attorney next door would do closings. It was always a big deal. So much documentation. Yeah. I mean, there's so many papers and so many things you have to sign. And a lot of people get intimidated, especially when it's your first time. You just let the closing people, the title people, tell you what's on.
Oh, they wouldn't fuck me over, right?
These are good people. They wouldn't. What you got to kind of do is get a lot of that shit set up through your realtor, because your realtor is kind of like your attorney in the process.
Mm-hmm.
They're representing you. So, like, if you have any questions about, like, hey, is this loan fixed? Is it adjustable? Or is it, because you want fixed, you don't want it, depending on, like, if your income situation is going to get crazy better in, like, 2 years and you get a 5-year adjustable rate, and you don't think the rates are going up or down too high, I mean, maybe, I guess, but I never saw the attractiveness of an adjustable rate. I like knowing what I'm getting. So you tell your realtor that, and they'll help you out. But once you get to closing and you're like, I don't really understand what any of this is about, it's too fucking late at that point. Riding Dirty Llama says, didn't George Carlin die before cell phones? No, he died in like 08, 09. Yeah, Carlin knew about cell phones. Carlin lived through the Razor era. That man knows some shit. All right, I'm going to go pee. You're going to take over for a second. Hamas has accepted the framework for a ceasefire and hostage release deal. We'll see how long that takes before
it all falls apart.
Another fucking ceasefire violation. And then we've got a pastor in Indianapolis preaching that LGBTQ plus people should face the death penalty. This is fucking, we're going old school with Indianapolis today, guys. I'll be back in a minute or two. Johnny's going to take over for a second. We're 255 away from tomorrow's goal. We are easing into the week. It's a holiday week. We understand it. A little over 700 of you checking out the show right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. But more importantly, keep us ahead. We want to stay ahead here on the toe. I would say get it close to a number that the evening show can knock it. You shouldn't have to do it all by yourself. But if you do it all by yourself, I am going to stay on for 5 hours today. Balls Deep with $2 says Johnny's exotic show hosting starting now. Yeah, get after it. Get after it, big dog.
Thanks. I'll be live today at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. Me and the lovely Digger 420 will be hosting a show together. We're going to be talking a little bit about, don't know if you guys covered it like last night's members only show, but Texas got a rough go with a bunch of flash flood like weather that came through. And so we're going to be covering what unfortunately happened in Texas, I guess within 20 minutes, like rivers rose. So just completely washed out places. We're going to cover that together today at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'll try to see what we can find on the Epstein stuff, but as we already talked about today, there's not a whole lot more to find on it. Not a lot of people are covering it. So we'll see if there's more for that and then whatever other new news is there. And for everybody that loves hanging out with Digger, she's a lovely, fun time. So those shows usually are great. They usually go quickly, and We just have a fun hang, so come chill with us for that stuff. Also, if you haven't gotten them yet, I would suggest getting the tickets. I still have no idea how I'm going to feel Sunday morning, because I recover very well from the anniversary shows, but I always have the day after off. So there's like a sleep-in period. I'm not going to have that this time. I might have to behave myself at this anniversary show.
Dude, I'm bloody
Lest
I'm bloody marrying the fuck out of that round of golf. Behave, whatever. I'm going to come in with an engine on fire. I'm going to grab a bloody and a driver, and we're going to get after it.
All right, then.
That's what we're going to do. I found a snack. I found a treat.
Okay.
My kids left behind some of these like airy, thin, crisp things.
Right.
And I'm going to say that these are fine to eat.
Okay.
I'm having a healthy, I just want people to see I'm having a less than shitty for me snack.
Okay. You found this in your bathroom?
Oh, I should reiterate. I lied. I did not go piss. I wanted to find something to munch on during the show.
Oh, you could have just said that.
I didn't. I decided after I'd left the screen.
Okay.
I was like, I'm not really feeling the pissing thing right now. I needed to stretch the legs a little, and I thought that would just kind of lead me to the bathroom to go piss like it always does. I just went upstairs, and I found these. And now, listen, I can crunch.
We get the one crunch for sure.
Yeah, the subsequent crunches are not as present, but keep us ahead on the goal because this is the kind of content you get. It really is my fault if we don't stay ahead.
Yeah.
You know?
I definitely think it's your fault.
Coltrane with $1 says the kicker about the state and local tax deduction is it was taken away in Trump's first term tax cuts and now put back in. The bill was garbage. Trump wanted it as a win and gave in too much. I agree. I think that whole he wanted a win thing is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's exactly what it was. Childish Elder with $1 says, hey, boss, what's the handicap cutoff or how are handicaps being factored in for the tournament? Me and a buddy are hoping to make it out there. He's a little rusty, so he's being a little bitch, though. I don't think our audience has a lot of scratch golfers. Come out, and there's not going to be more than 40, 50 people there. Like, it's going to be a small tournament year one. I think we got 20 some odd people right now. And then I'm sure we'll probably head to about 40 or 50. I think we'll double from where we are now. And honestly, come out, golf, have a good time. I'm going to buy like raffle drawing shit, and I'm going to use your guys' entries to draw little prizes.
Okay.
I think if we do over 40 people, I'm going to go out and buy like a 55-inch TV. And we're going to give that away. Yeah, I need to make this very clear. The more of you that participate in the anniversary weekend, I'm not taking a profit from this. I'm going to pay Johnny. I'm going to pay Roots if he's still coming up for his travel. I'm going to pay Gino and Keanu. And then the rest it's going to prizes. It's going to the cornhole tournament. It's going to the golf tournament. And then whatever's left over, I'm going to buy little raffle prizes. And that way, if there's people who are like a 20, 25 handicap, like I'm about a 20 handicap. If you're a 20 handicap, you can come out, you can golf, you can have a good time. You're paying less than you would for a normal 18-hole round of golf. You can have some drinks after. And then even
a raffle prize.
And then even if you suck really bad,
which you do.
Which you're fucking terrible. No offense. I'm going to put your name in a drawing and we'll draw some shit. I will make that promise now. If more than 40 people sign up for this golf tournament, we'll do a TV to give away. 55 inches. Perfect for like a garage TV. Hang that sumbitch up in your garage and watch football. Perfect. So, yes, I will be taking home $0. This will be a non-profit kind of an event. I'm going to put everything into it because I'd like to do it every year. And if you give away every dollar you take in, people will be more willing to come out for the next one. So, yes. What if you have no ability to play golf? Well, you can come hang out at the bar.
That's where the raffle ticket part comes in handy.
Go hang out with Johnny at the bar. Hey. Oh, somebody said do 5 at once.
Mm-hmm.
$20 will do 5 at once.
Okay.
Everything has a price. $20 will do 5 at once. I want to get around, honestly, what would I consider a successful date for today? If we get 150 away from tomorrow morning, I'll feel pretty good.
Yeah.
About the morning show.
That.
Hey, Johnny, what's your handicap for the golf tournament?
I'm not playing in the golf tournament unless you're allowed. I need a golf cart with hand controls and the permission to putt on the go because I'm not getting out of the car.
You missed it.
Oh.
The correct answer was multiple sclerosis.
Oh.
What's your handicap?
I'm sorry. I thought it was. I realize now. I thought you were being serious.
Not at all. Yeah, I was expecting you to tee off. I was expecting you to, just sit there in the cart and
just hit it from the,
give it a whack. Who, what, why with $2 says Johnny doubts your golf abilities. Scold him. I don't scold Johnny for less than $5. Thank you. Oh, man. 09 Canyon says prize for highest score. I cannot in good faith to a golf course that is giving us tee times and trusting us to be relatively speedy with it. Well, not speedy, but play a normal pace. I cannot have a prize that encourages people to suck. Because if I have a prize that encourages people to suck, it could drastically slow down the game.
You got too many people who are just I'm just going to tee it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no. It's a par 4, huh? I came in 20.
Childish Elder with $1 says it'll cost less than the normal 18 holes. I thought the course isn't involved in the tournament. How'd you pull that off, you schmoozin' schmuck? Well, we had to do it at a course that sells booze. And the whole thing for them is they're like, oh, shit, if you bring a big group in, we'll give you a discount.
Yeah.
Because they'll drink and everything else. 09 Canyon says, LOL, I'm really bad. I suck without any incentives. See? So I don't need to encourage.
Yeah, it's already going to be enough of a thing. We don't need to help.
Precisely. All right, throw in a little PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, and let's go on a little rally here. SP letting me know Nickelback is on tour with Kid Rock right now. You know that. I did know that. I did know that Nickelback is on tour with Kid Rock. I believe what it's called is the coolest fucking tour ever, dude. I believe that's the name of it.
Okay.
The most rad music tour anyone's ever thought of. Kid Rock and Nickelback. Could you imagine the outfits at that concert? The amount of people wearing sleeveless shirts. They got mullets. I can see. Can you see the person who has a ticket for the Kid Rock Nickelback concert?
That's why I kind of don't want to go.
Oh, I'd love to go. I'd love to go, and I'd love to make new friends. I'd love to just talk to people at the Nickelback Kid Rock show. I mean, we'd have to stop, of course, to sing Rockstar, so we'd have to stop talking.
Right.
Because you have to sing along. So, Hamas has accepted the terms of a ceasefire deal where they release hostages while the United States works to find a deal to bring the war to a close. So, I don't know what changed in the last week or two, but we went from wanting to bomb everyone with Israel to now making peace with everyone, which is strange because before that totally random Iran attack happened, we were talking about how many countries we were about to pull off peace deals with.
Right.
It seems like the whole thing was orchestrated to cover up some other shit we wanted people to stop talking about. Because we told Iran where we were bombing, didn't we?
Yeah.
And then Iran told us where they were going to bomb us. And then after that little 1-2 salvo, all of a sudden there was a peace deal. It's just interesting to me. Now, Hamas has accepted the framework of a 60-day ceasefire and hostage release deal in Gaza. Now, how many built-in free violations do the Israelis get? Because you got to factor in a
per
few.
peace deal or overall, or are they cumulative?
Well, no, they just get to be cheeky. We always let Israel be cheeky with peace deals, you know? They get to violate it a little bit.
One per deal.
Okay, one violation per deal. Well, that's a strict one for them. It calls for Hamas to release 10 of the around 20 hostages Israel believes are still alive, along with the bodies of some of the roughly 30 deceased hostages. Hamas would release 8 living hostages on the first day of the deal and 2 on day 50. So even in this deal that we negotiated, we're like, yeah, we know Israel might fuck with you if you give them all the hostages right away. So make them wait. In return, Israel would release a large number of Palestinians it is holding and commit to a 60-day ceasefire. During this period, Israeli forces would gradually withdraw from agreed-upon areas in the enclave. What do you think is going to happen on day 61?
Hamas is attacking us. We have to fire back. We got intelligence that there was an imminent attack and we had to defend ourselves. So we took out an entire refugee camp.
Yeah, right.
That's my prediction.
You know who did the whole this is very interesting. You know who did the whole an attack is imminent and we needed to invade to protect ourselves? You know who did that one?
Who?
Adolf Hitler. We were playing golf yesterday. I was playing with those two guys, and I hit one out of the bunker. And it wasn't the greatest bunker shot, but it was pretty decent. And one of the guy goes, well, at least you didn't hit a Hitler. I go, what? So I looked up. And, like, you kind of got to gauge people's sense of humor before you start joking with them. I said, oh, what's that? Like, if you hit it really good? He goes, and he laughed, and he goes, no, and Adolf Hitler is 2 shots in the bunker. I'm like, oh. See, I thought pulling a Hitler when you go in the sand was you just immediately run off to Venezuela. Or Argentina, is it? Yeah. You immediately run off to Argentina as soon as you hit a ball in the bunker, and then you yell Hitler. You hop in the golf cart, and you go to the airport. That's how you hit a Hitler. Trump pushed for a ceasefire in Gaza last week. Well, that's how Trump works. You know, he's dropping bombs one week, making peace deals the next.
Ceasefire the next.
Now I got that shit in my teeth.
Yep.
Fucking professional.
Right?
So
I'm not helping you with this.
Trump pushed, thanks. Trump pushed for a ceasefire in Gaza last week and said earlier this week that Israel had agreed to the necessary conditions for a deal. And that's good because Israel's word is their bond.
They've never broken it.
It's a junk bond, but it's a bond. I hope for the good of the Middle East that Hamas takes this deal because it will not get better. It will only get worse, Trump said. Yeah, you know, historically, when it comes to peace in the Middle East, you've really had to worry about the Palestinian end of it.
I love the almost dictatorial way of like, look, I really hope they take this peace deal because it only gets worse if you don't. Like, oh, boy.
Oh, and this is coming from a neutral party, right? No, it's coming from the party that gives the other side all of their weapons and money. But it's a really fair deal for you. I can't imagine why the Palestinians would be skeptical.
Yeah. Why would Hamas question this at all? Oh, boy.
Hey, well, you guys gave us a good deal? Oh, the greatest deal. Oh, does it include you not funding Israel and giving them weapons to bomb us with anymore? No, we're still going to totally do that. We don't really trust you. Why? What did we ever do to you? Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to meet Trump in Washington Monday. Oh, is that the meeting where Trump asks permission to actually do this? Well, that's good. You know, you'd hate to tell the world that we have a deal, and then all of a sudden in come the Jews and they go, oh yeah, no, we're not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you arrest me today, Behan. That's what Netanyahu does. So hey, got a ceasefire in the Middle East that may or may not happen, and that Israel may or may not violate. And then also we found out today, if you're just joining the program, great news, guys. Turns out that whole Jeffrey Epstein thing Total
Wasn't a
misunderstanding. Yeah. It turns out the guy was just a financial advisor. He doesn't have a client list. He didn't traffic anyone. There were no there was no blackmail. He didn't have anybody bribed or anything like that. And what was the other one? No trafficking, no client list. Oh, and he killed himself. Totally killed himself.
Yeah.
And that's not an opinion. The Department of Justice and the FBI has, this is important, concluded their investigation. So there's not going to be another looking into Epstein. They're done. And they found out that it turns out he was just totally chill.
Nobody did nothing.
Nope. He didn't do any. So we got to get Ghislaine Maxwell out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be done.
And like you said, if you're a member of the Epstein family, I guess you could technically go to court for grievances. I mean, here we have an innocent man drove to the point of, again, K'ing himself.
Yeah. I would seek damages.
I mean, they seek damages every time it wrongfully convicted. And they're like, he was in jail for 25 years for a crime that never happened. Like, yeah, this guy's gone.
Also, now this poor Prince Andrew had this sweating condition we all made fun of him for. We thought he was smashing some teenager. It turns out the poor guy can't sweat. Man, I realize that in the last 10 years or so on this program, we've really besmirched the reputation of a lot of great men. It's such fucking bullshit.
Right.
They've, again, to quote George Carlin a second time today, they've got you by the balls. Childish Elder with $1 says, I want to see the CIA kidnap a homeless guy, put tiny cameras on him, drop him off in Palestine, and see how fast they off him and what behind the scenes looks like. I mean, you could probably just pay a Palestinian to wear the camera.
But you got to be able to get there to give it to him.
Chips and Diff says, does he get his royal jewels back then? Oh, that's right. Remember, they took away all his royal jewels. Prince Andrew.
Didn't they reduce his titles too?
Yeah, now I think he's just like Guy Andrew. I think he's now just he's a red baron, I think. Not like a baron. I mean like a pizza delivery guy.
Oh.
He's working for DoorDash. Just delivering frozen pizzas to people's house for an affordable price. Thank you, Childish Elder, for the $1. $2.55 away from tomorrow today. We're away from tomorrow morning today. Like I said, we've been ahead for like 3 weeks. We'd like to stay ahead. We appreciate all of your support. Let's get generous here on the toe. Over 700 of you checking out the program. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. It helps out a lot, and we do appreciate it. If you would have told me last week that these types of churches no longer existed, I would believe you. I would have had no problem believing that this was a relic of America's past from like 20, 25 years ago. But apparently a Indianapolis church, still kind of holding the line on this whole gay thing. By the way, this is a fun little ticker story at the bottom. Report, Iran will not cooperate with UN nuclear watchdog. I'm sure that that's not going to have any kind of like weird impact.
On anything?
Yeah, I'm sure everything's going to be fine. Here we go. This is an Indianapolis church that doesn't think too highly. I mean, this is almost full-on red state, this one.
Here at home, an Indianapolis church is calling for members of the LGBTQ plus community to be put to death or to kill themselves.
Jesus.
Well, I mean, just saying that the guy upstairs doesn't approve, I feel like that's a solid...
No.
So does that absolve the whole like speaking for them, not for personal experience? Does that absolve the whole I sucked a dick thing? Like, I'm just curious.
New Orleans, #1 Sin City. You got men walking around waving their privates. I mean, how long until this church just starts kidnapping them and then just taking care of them in the church like Abe and Cooper did? You're already dead, sinner. You've defiled your body. Dude,
We're going to need John Goodman to solve this one.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that like whole 15-minute shot of him doing that church service is in my, like, this is going to sound crazy for people who haven't seen Red State, may even sound crazy to people who have seen Red State, one of Kevin Smith's best movies. But to me, it's up there with the USS Indianapolis speech in Jaws for like my favorite movie monologue. Because Aben Cooper, like Michael C. Parks just fucking gives it.
Oh, yeah. Aben Cooper is an amazing character.
3 more trumpet blasts, and he closed the book on this wicked, wicked world. Come on, shoot me. Shoot me. Come on, G-man. G for godless. G for government. Shoot me. By the way, is that Farron?
Maybe.
Bro, I think that's fair and balanced.
That would explain why I felt she was familiar.
I could text her and ask. I could be like, hey, are you on fucking, what is it, Channel 8, I-Team 8 in Indianapolis? I don't know. I haven't heard from Farron in quite some time, so I wouldn't really even know where the fuck her number is. Oh, probably under Farron. Are you on, what is it? Channel
I-Team 8.
Channel 8 in Indianapolis. I want to start a campaign to get you fired. No. I want to start a write-in campaign and say you're homophobic. All right, here we go.
To death or to kill themselves.
Indianapolis faith leaders, they're condemning the message.
Okay, in fairness, how many like really devout Christian pastors would give the sinner a choice? I mean, it's a shallow choice, don't get me wrong, but it's a choice nonetheless.
I-Team 8's Kyla Russell joins us now with video of that sermon and why the queer community says that it's deeply harmful, Kyla.
Yeah, I think that's her. It sounds like her, too. And are we saying queer again?
I guess.
I didn't know. Is Fag still out?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
There you go. What if she did that? What if she was like, they're like, his pastor says they should either be put to death or kill themselves. And she goes, all right, let's go to Lisa. She's got all the info and the response from the fag community. Wait, whoa. What?
You can't just say that.
Can you say like, even if it's a term of endearment, I still feel like that's, oh my.
Hey there, Farron. So the sermon.
Yep.
You're right. You called it.
There you go. Farron is on the news.
It was titled Pray the Gay Away and was given from the pulpit inside the Sure Foundation Baptist Church on the Northwest.
Oh, that would explain it. Baptists don't fuck around. Baptists are one of those sects that still believe in shit. They're not
I also have to say, it's pray the gay away. What were you expecting? They're not going to be in favor, sir.
Right. If you're going to pray the gay away, there's got to be like a consequence for not.
Right.
You know?
It's like literally a scared straight thing. We want them worried for their life, so they will take refuge in vagina.
If you don't pound pussy, we gonna stone you to death.
West side of the city.
There's nothing good to be proud about.
All right, this guy rules. I don't care what Stephen Falco, that's his name. I don't care what Stephen Falco has to say. He's an enraged ginger standing in front of a bare brick wall, yelling about gay people. This guy's awesome. This guy doesn't give
with
a
a ridiculous
fuck.
Beard mustache or beard chin combo.
Oh my God, he looks like retarded Vladimir Lenin.
He looks like he stepped out of time. It's John Wilkes Booth. Holy shit.
Listen to the lady, John.
Good to be proud about. Being a you ought to blow yourself in the back of the head.
No, he fumbled that one a little bit. Come on. Fucking Fred Phelps wouldn't have tripped over that line. He would have delivered that one perfectly.
I'm amazed they didn't make him give it in his orange jumpsuit.
disgusting.
That's Stephen Falco. He's inside the Fundamental Baptist Church and is speaking during men's preaching night.
Okay, I have a feeling like we're making a lot more out of this than need be. This is a Baptist church in a strip mall. That place was a karate instructor's dojo 2 weeks ago.
I was going to say this afternoon. They share the space.
All right, guys, we're praising the Lord, but we got to stop at 1:45 because we got to allow Sensei Dave to come in here and get set up.
He's got to take down the crosses, move the pews, and put out the mats. So we've got to move.
That's right. He's got to put up all his feng shui Jap shit for his karate class. And if I don't get out of here, Sensei Dave doesn't split the rent for the building with me 50-50. Sensei Dave is he's very passionate about self-defense. He's as passionate about self-defense as I am about gay genocide. This is fucked up. So I kind of hate that the news media does this. I hate that they do the thing where they go, oh, a local pastor of a Baptist church says that all gays should be dead. And then they show it and it's like I said, it's a crazy ginger in front of a bare brick wall in a strip mall. It's like, this is not a real church.
He was zoomed in because if he zoomed out further, you'd see the empty seats.
Right.
Event was live streamed on their Facebook.
Got a bunch of that want to come around, walk on our streets, and demand our children, and we should look them in the eye and say, no, you're not going to have our children.
Falco.
All right, look, I'm not supporting the guy. I'm not supporting the guy. But let's just say if one group wanted to have, like, say, a public thing, and they're like all age groups welcome, I would love to see this dude just every time they approach the child jump up. No, you're not gonna have our children.
I'm not saying I support the guy. I'm just saying I want to see every sermon he's ever given. That's all. No, you're not gonna have our children. Now you go home and you think about crushing pussy.
Continues to call for the death of the queer community. And following the sermon, I reached out to the church about his words. They told me that Falco is only calling for the death penalty and suicide for the actual sodomites.
Oh!
Guys, it's fine. It's only the ones that do the butt stuff where it's totally cool.
He's not saying all gay people, guys. He's just saying the ones who take it in the shitter.
Because we can all agree, like, two chicks getting it on is hard, right?
So apparently, if you're just finger popping the shit out of each other, but if you're just bending each other over after mowing the lawn and cramming ass.
Hold on, guys. He's only talking about the sodomites. I mean, come on. We've all sucked a dick.
Even if his approval rating only goes up a few points, it does go up after that statement. Because a lot of people are like, well, not my pig, not my farm.
Homosexuals. The Bible teaches that those people are worthy of death. They are supposed to be executed by the government. We are not to take the law into our own hands.
Well,
right. It's a failure of your government for not rounding them all up.
It's like, oh, now that you put it that way, it's still horrifically fucked up. The thing,
yeah, it's still kind of wrong.
Yeah,
and no, thank you.
Should not be talking like this.
I also reached out to members of the LGBTQ plus community.
I wonder what they thought about it.
How do you like being Che? The hairstyling salon right next. Oh, and braids. So you're finding Jesus in between either a weave or a haircut.
You know what, though? The braids people might be susceptible to that message. Yo, I'm just saying, I don't go for any fruity tooty stuff, neither. People at the hair salon might be like, I do not understand why we need to be so hateful. And you know what's fun? These walls aren't thick.
No.
So there's people getting their hair did, and they're hearing like, you will not take our children, queers. They're like, what is he shouting about today? Oh, gays. He's just shouting about gay shit.
To ask how this rhetoric...
I would never say that. And they look up the hairdresser, poor bastard's just crying. Why are they so hateful?
Them. Allie Klausing is a mom to 4 kids and an advocate in the community.
Children are targeted silently and violently. These children don't know social constructs until we teach them that. And so when we're teaching them through hate and disguising it through scripture, what we're doing is abusing them invisibly.
The concerned clergy of Indianapolis
Oh, no.
tells me.
Oh, no. He's Pastor Aaron.
Hey, Pastor Aaron.
Oh, no, it could have been anything, dude. It could have been Pastor Adolf. I wouldn't have given a shit.
I was enjoying the fact that she's like, oh, you know, these people, these children don't understand social constructs. So when you teach them these messages through a hateful rhetoric, oh, really, really? So what if you teach them messages about gender identity and sexuality at a young age when they don't understand social constructs? What might that do?
That's totally fine. That's accepting.
Oh.
Yeah, don't be hateful.
Good to know.
Yeah,
Good to know. I'm sorry.
It's okay when they do it.
The message is theologically irresponsible and pastorally dangerous, saying they stand for dignity, inclusion, and justice for all.
Have you read the fucking Bible? The one thing the Bible is not is inclusive.
Look, I'm saying this guy's wrong. I'm not saying he's incorrect.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, he's got the facts down pat, dude. It's just that, you know, it sounds wrong. Sounds wildly offensive.
But if you go to the manual,
right? It's like if your Buick owner's manual said, in order to jumpstart the battery, you got to stick your cock helmet on the positive charge. Oof. That would be the correct way in which they tell you to do that, but it's not right.
No.
But it is in the book. But saying that the Bible is inclusive is the biggest it's purposely exclusive. It's got a list.
What are you going to tell me next? That it's a thrilling tome for the rights of women? Like, I don't know if you know this or not. Religion as a whole, not really women named.
Bro, it tells you how to treat your slaves. I mean, don't get me wrong.
It tells you your wife can't be in the house once a month because she's bleeding.
That book is good, though. I mean, now that you're bringing up like good points.
Some of those rules, we threw out too much.
Yeah, baby with the bathwater and all that. God, they start bleeding. You kick them out into the hay. Nothing they can do about it because you tell them that God will be mad.
All people, including their LGBTQ plus brothers and sisters.
You're just seeing it get worse and worse and worse. And like I said, I don't know which one's scarier, the people that say it or the people who internalize it and feel that way, but you wouldn't know it, you know?
What about the people who are not passionate about it either way and just want to laugh about it on their podcast?
Yeah, what about those of us that find this ridiculously outrageous?
How about those of us who think that literally nobody in your community listens to this asshole and you guys are just trying to get on the news?
Because they don't say it publicly.
That's Eric Skwarczynski. He grew up in a fundamental church and now investigates abuse and extremist behavior in churches like this with the Preacher Boys podcast. He says growing up, it was common to hear church members say they would rather their child be dead than gay. But it's just recently
that was a while ago.
Well,
by the news cycle standards, it's been a couple of generations.
Yeah, and if you read the Bible, I mean, I hate these people who claim to be religious and act like you can't read the Bible and get that out of it.
Oh, yeah.
You absolutely
That's why I never understood the LGBT inclusion in the first place. Like, you realize, according to the book, you're the bad guy.
Yeah, if I'm LGBTQ, I ain't going anywhere near a church. Fuck that.
The language is becoming so literal.
Christian nationalism in general is on the rise. You're seeing rhetoric that in the last couple of years was unspoken or at least only spoken in the four walls of a church now make it into the mainstream.
Bro, they used to preach lynching and shit. Stop with the Christian nationalism is on the rise. You guys say that every year.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same way that a lot of people say, oh, Christmas is under attack. Like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
Santa Claus isn't in the trenches. It's all right.
Oh, Farron just texted back. She said, yeah, why? We are watching should we call her for information on this guy?
Yeah, let's see if we can get some. If she'll deign us with her presence.
All right. Hold on. Oh shit. I got to get her hooked up here. Give me 1 second. You're on the air. We want to talk to you about this preacher guy. Is that okay?
Which preacher guy?
The crazy ginger fuck who hates the gays?
Is it Pastor Aaron?
Oh, yeah, that story. Yeah, that was crazy. That was our amazing reporter, Kyla, who did that report.
Yeah, so Pastor Aaron, let me be, okay, because we're kind of skeptical of your guys' reporting on this one, only because, not because of anything you guys did, just because we're cynical in general. Nobody's actually going to this guy's strip mall karate church, are they?
Well, I was going to say, when my co-anchor and I were sitting there watching the story, I was like, this isn't a church. This looks like a strip mall lawyer, like Better Call Saul place.
Well,
You know?
we theorize that in the daytime he does his sermons, and then at night he splits the rent with a karate instructor.
That's actually a really sick, but not a far off description.
Yeah, what was it? Sensei Dave, we're assuming, is his name.
Yeah.
Sensei
Yeah,
Dave
or
takes
some,
over.
Or like some washed up jujitsu guy.
Yeah, he's got to wrap up all his gay preaching so that they can get, because they got like brown belts they're crowning that night, and they don't want to be late for that.
And they can use all the boards that he breaks to make new crosses the next day.
Exactly. That's a good point. Oh my God. Yeah, he could make, that's waste not, want not. So like this guy, do you guys know if people like actually go to that church?
So here in Indianapolis, it's really kind of crazy. Indianapolis and Kansas. Okay, so Kansas is known for the Westboro Baptist Church, right?
Yeah, we were
Topeka.
watching the clips of this guy preaching on your news network, and we were like, Fred Phelps would not fumble around this much. He's way more smooth.
Well, and so Indianapolis, they kind of have a sector here that's kind of like that, and there's a couple of churches. There's one down south near Evansville. There's a couple here. And then one up north. What a lot of people don't know too is that a lot of people say the KKK was founded in like Tennessee and Kentucky area. It actually was in Osceola, Indiana, which is just outside of South Bend.
I thought it was born in our hearts.
Yeah, I know, right? But no, they actually still do like cross burnings there and stuff like
Holy
that. So,
shit.
oh yeah, Indiana is a very
are your gays are your gays like wiling out? Like what are they doing? Like that these guys are going so ape shit down there.
You know what? So Indianapolis, it's really, really building up. It's one of the reasons that I came here, and you have your suburbs like your Noblesville, your Carmel, your Zionsville. Those are like suburbs that, for example, like I know a lot of people from Chicago are moving to, because Chicago has gotten, quote, too liberal. But here, Indianapolis has really kind of, like the Pride Parade was much bigger this year.
Sure.
There's a whole area, kind of like a boys' town in Chicago, or I don't know what it would be in Minneapolis, but
Minneapolis.
Massachusetts Avenue, where it's a lot of gay bars and stuff like that, and they have drag brunches, and so Indianapolis and Indiana in general, very much kind of like a Texas. They don't change.
You're saying that the gays are riling this guy up, and he has a reason to be upset. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, I think it's just many people in this state. It's very conservative. The Texas of the Midwest kind of a thing.
Okay.
And some people will take to the strip mall pulpit.
Did you guys get to talk to the pastor? Did you guys? Because we have like 40 seconds left in this story that we're going over right now. Did you guys get to talk to him?
She actually reached out for an interview multiple times, and he ghosted her.
Oh, he probably thinks she's part of the gay Jew media.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or the fake news.
Yeah. Could you tell him to change his first name, by the way?
What was his name again?
He's Pastor Aaron. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd rather.
Okay, no wonder why when I first answered and you were like, "This is Pastor Aaron," I was like, "Wait, what's going on?"
Yeah, that's I don't like that.
And then I had to go back and think of the story. last week, and the amount of stories that we cover and stuff around town. And I'm just like, not one.
Yeah. That's this. We're gonna finish this one up, but like when we saw the start of the story, I paused it and I went, "Oh, is that Farron?" And then I heard you talk, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's Farron. And then the reporter lady goes, "Thank you, Farron." I'm like, "Holy shit, there she is!"
Nailed it.
Nice work. All right, well, you get
it.
You get back to work or whatever the hell you're doing. We're going to learn more about this queer hater.
All right, have fun.
All right.
It's a doozy.
Thank you, Farron.
Take care.
There she is. Farron, unpronounceable, weird Eastern European last name on the program. It's like Funchak or something. It's one of those CZ names that nobody can fucking pronounce because we had to bring Slavic trash into this country. No,
That's just mildly hurtful.
I want to be.
No, I'm Polish.
I want to be. Well, yeah, you're a Slavic garbage.
Well, I mean, I'm also like Irish too, but my mom's.
Oh
a
yeah,
mutt.
you're really fucking knocking it out of the park with your trash of whiteness.
Oh, dude, I'm like the world's greatest collection of white trash.
If we can get a little bit of Southern Italian, well, no, then you're black. All right, let's go back to Pastor Aaron while I chew.
Says it's because each generation of the fundamentalist church is in competition with the last, working to become a more extreme version.
The phrases of, they need to be shot in the back of the head was iterated twice. Clearly, it's something they were hearing from other people within the church that they're now parroting.
When this stuff happens, I look at them as, I think they're sick. And I think that they need mental health help. I think they're...
You know what's wild about this? They all say the same shit about each other.
Right. Because if you just clip this with, again, drag time story hour for kids with, books teaching children learning their ABCs about how to question their sexual identity, if you say the same thing that way, you're a hateful bigot.
Yeah.
But if you turn it the other way around about religious culture saying keep this away from your society, you're a hateful.
They both say the same thing. Like he would say that about her.
Right.
It's just wild.
They're so disconnected from themselves and from love.
Now, I also reached out to the denomination's leader to ask if they agree with the sermon and have not yet heard back.
Wait. That guy might not be Pastor Aaron. Pastor Aaron might be the denomination's leader, and this could be Chucklehead number 5.
Oh, okay. So we might be free and clear on the Pastor Aaron.
Which part bothers you more about the Aaron way? About the stuff he said or the fact that he's a ginger?
Wow, that's close. That's really close.
Like, I don't mind what he was saying, but like freaking ginger.
I mean, both. You can't have one without the other. Ginger hatred, ginger hatred. He really doesn't like the gay tread.
Well, I would have said gay.
This, I tell ya, brother, Pastor Aaron doesn't want a male lover. Ginger hatred, ginger. Farron Fronchak, that's it.
Okay.
I told you it was a weird CZ Slavic name. Fronczak. That's Farron's name now. I'm glad she got back into the news game. She does a good job. Yeah. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says queer is to the fag community like is to the felon community. So Aaron, reclaim your word. Smiles a lot for you with $10 says here, no comment. I mean, no comment is kind of a comment.
But thank you.
I'm going to put smiles for you down for a 10-piece, and they are now in 4th place. So it's 20 for Captain Joe, 10 for Redbird, 10 for Catalano, 10 for Smiles. And you guys are 245 away from tomorrow morning, not this morning. I'd be freaking the fuck out if we were down 245 for today. But this is the wonderful thing about being ahead is that the show is just the show.
We just kind of get to have fun.
That's it. We just get to have ourselves a good time. We are 245 away from tomorrow. I say get that to around 150 by the time we're done today, and I can count on the evening show to knock out the rest. And then,
well, there you go.
And then you morning fuckers just got to keep us ahead tomorrow morning. That's all. We stay we stay ahead, we're winning, baby. That's how it works. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We appreciate everybody being here today. Oh, my God. We do not have... Oh, Chips and Diff letting us know we are close to 2:30.
Oh, dear Lord.
We're at 2:45 away from... it's for tomorrow's goal, so I kind of didn't really think about it. But yes. 2:45 away from today's goal means we are very close to 2:30, which of course
actually hurts me.
It would of course be time to go to the dentist. Look up Cenk Uyghur's Israel rant on Twitter. Johnny would love it. Cenk gets beat red and yells for 6 minutes. Would you like to watch some angry Cenk Uyghur today?
Sure.
I can only think of like 3 other things I'd rather do today off the top of my head than listen to an angry Cenk Uyghur Israel rant. So let's see. Cenk Uyghur Israel. Don't leave me in suspense, meow. Red-brown alliance with people like Tucker Carlson. This is only 56 seconds. Where? Come on. Oh, here it is. June 30th. Cenk Uyghur has a complete unhinged meltdown over Israel. All right. I have a weird feeling that we're going to be Team Cenk on this one.
Probably.
All right. Let's take a look-see.
Amazing how openly they like mock and laugh at the slaughter of innocent people. But okay, Constantine.
When you laugh at a genocide, you are by definition a monster. So don't tell me about any of this crap. And I don't want to hear about anything else anymore about how Israel is the victim. Israel is not within a billion miles of being a victim. They are since 1948, they have attacked all of their neighbors and taken more and more land. That is an absolute certain fact.
To quote CM Punk, tell him when he's telling lies.
I have a question, though. So what if you don't laugh at a genocide, but you name your organization after the name of a genocide organization?
I was thinking about that. I was like, Cenk, buddy, I agree. Right message.
Wrong guy.
Wrong messenger. The guy who's denied the Armenian genocide before. I'm not saying now. Cenk never laughed at the Armenian genocide, in fairness. He denied its very existence.
Right.
So there is that. There is no laughing at the Armenian genocide. But there is denying it.
But they lie to you and they go, oh no, it was the terrorists. That they made us take their land. They made us take Gaza. They made us take a huge chunk of the West Bank. They made us go into southern Lebanon. They made us go into western Syria. They made us attack Iran. They didn't.
I will say this, so far, great Israel impression.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't find any fault with it. Cenk is fucking getting after it right now. The only black mark against this rant is his own denial of genocide. That's it.
Right.
Make you do any of that. You're an aggressive imperial empire, slaughtering people, committing genocide so you can have more land. And you could easily do that because you manipulated all of our politicians. You bought them through AIPAC. And no, I don't care what you say. You definitely bought them. That's exactly what AIPAC did. And anyone who's a fool enough to tell you, no, AIPAC gave out hundreds of millions of dollars, but it didn't affect our politicians. You would have to be a moron of the highest order.
Look, I never get to sit back and just enjoy Cenk Uyghur rants. I'm usually shouting at them.
Mm-hmm.
And like, Cenk, you're being a stupid asshole right now. Fucking chill. This one, I'm only
nice.
I'm only pausing this rant to point out how little I really need to pause it. Again, you can be offended by what he says, but he ain't wrong.
He's not wrong.
To say that. You'd have to be the dumbest person in the whole planet to say our crook politicians took hundreds of millions of dollars from AIPAC, but it didn't affect them? Come on, who could be that stupid?
I mean, you can't, out of one side of your mouth, be like, these politicians are paid by Soros, right?
Right.
Like, these politicians are paid by Soros, so they support progressive agendas and like one world government shit. You can't say that money buys something and AIPAC money doesn't. I mean, you got to be consistent on that. Either money buys something in politics or it doesn't. And I think that all these corporations give politicians money not because they support what those politicians want to do, but because they want to be able to influence what those
they get a little something for their money, a seat at the table when decisions are made.
Right.
Oh, I know every single mainstream media reporter in America. Every single one of them lies to you on purpose and says, no, AIPAC doesn't have any influence. AIPAC, how don't say it, anti-Semite. No, you guys are anti-Palestinian, anti-Muslim, racist, and bigots. You don't care about Muslim lives.
It is fun to watch like a liberal go on this rant, but still remember to play the hits. Like, you're a racist.
You're a bigot. Right.
You don't care about Muslim lives at all. So when Palestinians are slaughtered, what is it going to take? 18,000 kids? 180,000 kids?
12,406. I developed that number over the weekend. I thought about it really hard. No, it's weird because, like, Hezbollah and Hamas, like, I don't agree with their methods, right? Like, I don't agree with the way they behave and, put people in hospitals or fire missiles from hospitals and, do all these terrorist attacks. But it's like, if Hamas and Hezbollah had a military that was backed and funded by the United States of America, they probably would fight fair with Israel. But they don't. So they have to fight with what they've got. And it's not like Hamas and Hezbollah exist because they just woke up one morning and wanted to start being mean to Israel. Hezbollah was started because Israel invaded southern Lebanon.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like we supported the Mujahideen in Afghanistan because the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. Yep. So we supported the people who were fighting against them. Hezbollah is the Mujahideen in southern Lebanon. That's where they came from.
You don't care about them at all. Whenever Israel slaughters, you go, terrorists, they had it coming. And you do their propaganda for self-defense. 2 years later, in self-defense, they declared in their cabinet that they're taking all of Gaza. It was always about the land. Does anybody on CNN or MSNBC or Fox News say that? No, they never say it.
Tucker gets fired for saying it.
Yeah.
I mean, has Tucker had Cenk on his show?
I don't know.
That would be a great one to watch. I would watch that one, start to finish. Cenk and Tucker on this. But, like, he's right. Like, Israel, God, it has almost been 2 years since October 7th. So for 2 years, they've been fucking up the Gaza Strip. And it's just convenient. Like, we were hit on 9/11, and conveniently, we invaded all the countries that the people in the Bush administration wanted to invade. And then after October 7th, Israel started doing all of the things that Zionist policy has wanted to do for 80 years now.
Yeah.
Longer than 80 years, actually. But
lie to you on purpose to help Israel steal more land in the Middle East, and they claim it's self-defense. Self-defense, my ass. It's a goddamn genocide. And yes, Muslim lives matter. We're also...
No, I'm just kidding. In fairness to Israel, they did learn it from watching Hitler. They want more Lebensraum for the Jewish people.
I mean, do you want to dig a hole and talk about people and never mind, Zionists?
What?
Where they might have been in certain points of history.
Well, I mean, certainly it's worth discussing off of a platform like YouTube. No, but it's interesting. The parallels between Nazi Germany and the state of Israel. Hitler believed that his people were superior and everyone else was less than.
Mm-hmm.
Israel, I mean, historically, Jews have felt that they are...
Look, just because you're not chosen doesn't mean you're not dope.
Right, yeah. Michael Rappaport saying that, hey, don't worry, you fucking losers. We can still think you're cool. Like a golden retriever. They had this superiority complex. Hitler felt that his people needed more living space and they should remove lesser people from that living space or let them live as slaves to serve the master race. And so they could move out into these other frontiers like, you know, Poland and Yugoslavia, Ukraine, or like in Israel's case, Gaza, the West Bank, the Golan Heights, the Sinai Peninsula, places like that.
So human beings, the only human beings on this planet aren't Israelis. They're not some special benighted superhumans. Oh my God, if
No, that was the Germans.
they die, we all have to say, oh, we bow down to you. But if Muslims die, right? That's what American media does. That's what American politicians do. I'm so sick of our lives not mattering. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of everyone has to grovel to Israel. But the minute you ask someone, can you be a decent human being and care about the Palestinians? They go, anti-Semite. No, F you. You're the one who hates Muslims. And America.
I will say, like, you can disagree with Cenk Uygur on a lot of shit. I can't call him a phony.
He definitely believes what he's saying, and I think he's going to give himself a coronary if he keeps going.
He's also far more likable than his nephew.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Cenk is miles more likable than Hassan Piker.
Well, to be fair, he starts off with not having a bowl of cereal in his lap while he's giving this rant.
Like a little cereal boy. A little boy with his cereal while he's watching the news.
Media, you are guilty. You're the ones who got the whole country, my whole life, to hate me, to hate my Muslim family, to hate all Muslims across the world. You're the sick sons of bitches that called us terrorists when it was Israel attacking, when it was Israel taking land, when it was Israel slaughtering and slaughtering.
Hold on, so who was it at the helms of the planes?
Is he doing a nut? Is he doing it? Is Cenk going all the way?
Cenk's going.
Holy shit. Is Cenk going false flag?
I think so.
Get him, Cenk. Go for it, baby.
I mean, I knew about the 5 dancing guys, but I thought that was as far as
5 of you were dancing and pretending to be a moving company. We have a song. They were on television.
How many times? Every war, Israel kills 100 times the civilians. This time they kill 1,000 times the civilians. Doesn't count, doesn't count. What does the American media say in their infinite racism?
He's like, the Israelis, when they kill Muslims, way more Muslims than Muslims kill Israelis. It's like me when I shank a chip right because I opened my club face. Doesn't count. Israel has a lot of pocket ball bombings.
They say it's always the Muslims' fault. It's always the Palestinians' fault. They say stupid crap like, oh no, the Palestinians can't govern themselves. They're violent, terrorist savages. They can never govern themselves. They're inferior to the Israelis. You don't say that, but you imply that every time. What, the Palestinians are the only
savages, barely even human.
God damn, like you really do just want to step aside and give him the floor.
Yeah. He's not lying yet.
No.
On earth who can't govern themselves. No, you're deeply racist if you say that. Do you understand? No, every cable news anchor, every reporter at the New York Times, every reporter at the Washington Post, you're all deeply racist against Muslims. And you have...
Cenk, now do me a favor, buddy. The next time you talk about a Trump thing or the next time you talk about a right-wing thing, remember that. Remember what you're saying about the New York Times and all these other places, because it ain't just on the Israel issue, buddy. It's everything they're like. I wish we could get these lefties and these righties to realize that, guys, it's not just when they're attacking your thing.
Right.
It's all the fucking time. You're like, you want to yell at them. You're both right. You're just right at different times.
Gotten this country to hate us. It's totally your fault. And you've gotten the country to believe that 1.6 billion Muslims are America's enemies, that we're the violent savages. You're sick.
Barely even human. Sorry.
I will say the The only place where they've had multiple instances of people openly discharging firearms as a sort of celebration is in Dearborn, Michigan.
They like doing that, though.
Yeah.
Like, have you hurting anybody? Has anyone been hurt?
I mean, the last story I covered about it was people filming a guy doing it out of a rented Lamborghini on a highway.
Right. Did anybody get hurt?
Not that I know of.
Right. So,
all right. So it's not even a problem.
What the fuck, dude? What are you anti-Muslim? Are you fucking racist?
No. I'm just saying.
That's how they get down. Hey, Muslims are doing better than blacks are. They point the gun at things.
Like the sky.
Outside. No, I'm saying outside the car, the window. If a Muslim had been driving next to Tupac after the Tyson Seldon fight, he'd still be alive.
It's a desk pop.
Yeah, he'd be scared shitless, but...
Nick, you're disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. Can you, for once in your life, treat a Muslim life the same as an Israeli life?
That's the same rant I'm going to give SP when we break up.
Okay.
Or SP can give it to me. Either one. Whenever, I'm just kidding, baby. There's no breakup. She's such a lovely girl. But I do want to scream that at somebody.
You, for once in your life, treat a Muslim life the same as an Israeli life.
No, not that part. I don't give a shit if they say that.
Stand it anymore. Can you, for once in your life, enemies that we're the violent savages? You're sick.
Yeah,
you're disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. Can you?
There. That's it. You're sick. You're disgusting. I can't stand it anymore.
All right, well, if we're placing bets, my money's on her giving it to you.
Well, I did have a woman yell that to me, but she took a gigantic line of schneef afterwards. April would...
Which did honestly suck a lot out of the argument right there.
April would make that argument, but then immediately after go, are the kids here yet? So...
For once in your life, treat a Muslim life the same as an Israeli life. And the answer for mainstream media in America is, hell no. They're never going to do it. Never. They hate Muslims and they drive hatred towards Muslims because Israel needs more land. They need more of Gaza. Are you going to report accurately that they voted to take Gaza? It was never about self-defense. They took Gaza. They voted on that. Have you said it? No, I mentioned it on page A17, but I don't want anybody to find out Israel's the aggressor. Israel's a moral army. Israel's doing self-defense. So it's dirty Muslims that are attacking.
He is sweating like a pig, dude. He's giving her.
I kind of want that as a sound drop. Those dirty Muslims.
You could take Cenk out of context so bad in this whole rant. It would be,
I know.
It would be so bad, Faith.
I'm sick of it. F all of you in American media. F all of you for driving that hatred against 1.5 billion people, all to serve your beloved Israel. I know I'm the one who's being terrible anti-Semite. How could you say something against Israel? Israel is the Jewish state, the greatest state of all, right?
It is funny, like, think about this. So you can say, look, man, I don't give a shit about like a Jewish person in general. I don't care about a Jewish person. Right. The state of Israel is fucked up, an aggressor, and kind of a fascist Nazi type state. But, and they'll go, well, you're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Semitic. But if you go, hey, those Iranian ayatollahs, those mullahs, they need to fucking die. You're not anti-Muslim if you say that. That's a Muslim country.
Yeah, if you're opposed to religiously based Muslim cultures and you're like, oh, I don't like that government that runs on, like, say, Sharia law, you're not anti-Muslim, you're just anti that government.
I run on biodiesel.
Weird.
Sorry. Stupid. We're ahead today. We don't deserve to be.
I don't care that they're Jewish. I wish they weren't. I wish they had a safe haven for Jews that didn't constantly attack their neighbors.
All right. Well, Cenk and I disagree on that whole, I wish there was a safe. I don't care. I don't. You know, there's a safe place in the world for literally everyone else. If there's not a safe place in the world for you, why is it wrong to ask, do we need to look at you at all?
And perhaps maybe some behaviors that you have that are indicative of creating an unsafe environment.
Black people, white people, Hindus, Muslims, atheists, and everybody, Zoroastrians. There's safe places for all of them. There's places in the world you can go and be those things, and it's totally fine. If you have to create that place and kill the people who are living there to create that place, why aren't we allowed to ask, hey, man, I'm not assigning blame. I'm just asking, be a little self-reflective. Do you think there's anything you did in this situation to make things unsafe or no? I just want to ask and hear if you have any thoughts on the matter.
That makes as much sense as tearing down the society you're living in so you can build yours up.
I'm just saying, that sentence right there, I just got fired.
Oh.
That sentence I just said, that's a fired.
So I guess I'm fired by proxy. Well, these early morning off. I'm going to get see you later.
That didn't occupy their neighbors. I want a safe haven, but they don't want a safe haven. They want more land. It's called Greater Israel. It's a map that hangs in their cabinet. It's not like they're hiding it. Why don't you report it? Because no, anti-Semitic. That's an excuse they use.
It's literally at the point where I really need this guy to get a towel.
Yeah, I actually want him weighed after this is over. I guarantee you he lost at least 5 pounds.
Right?
In this.
This is like when I mow the lawn. I'm like, hey, get a pound and a half off if it's hot enough.
Or when I cross a room.
Right. Any kind of struggle. Uh-oh, what did I say during that rant? People are saying he's not sweating, he's bleeding olive oil. God damn it. You fucking pigs. You go, Dead Game says, you go on that side of the creek, we'll stay on this side. But no. 2:45 away from tomorrow morning. Thank you guys very much for anything you do chip in today. We appreciate it. I've adored and loved being ahead for these last 3 weeks. I desperately want to stay ahead. So throw in a little bit. Call it a win for the toe. No Venmo, no PayPal today. So whoever wants to christen that one can christen it. Otherwise, 2:45 away from tomorrow morning. Make it kind of easy for the evening people to keep us ahead for the day. If not, hey man, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. This has been a fun one today. We appreciate it. All right, nipples and tits. Let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-2... Let me try again. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, Tim and the team do a great job of getting wherever you need them to be as quickly as possible. Quicker than anyone else, that's for sure. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Go ahead and ask Derek and Tracy any questions you may have about home defense, personal field, hunting, sports shooting, really anything you need. They've got your hookup at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's midlandarmory.com. Talk to Derek and Tracy today. They can handle suppressors from start to finish, the entire process, again, at Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And, of course, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Stoney's has the Steel Toe anniversary party coming up Saturday, July 26th. Make sure you get your tickets. The $20 for the comedy show includes the comedy show, the whole party all day long, free entry into the cornhole tournament, and a lot more. Karaoke afterwards, the whole deal. Come hang out with us at Stoney's Saturday, July 26th for the Steel Toe 11th anniversary party. If you're a VIP, send me an email. Claim your 2 free tickets. We'll get you all set up. And then, or go to eventbrite.com and get your tickets for the comedy show, the party, or the Sunday, July 27th golf tournament at Wapakata. We can't wait to hear from you on those. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Minnesota. Sam V becoming a member for 1 month says, Johnny, which of Aaron's chins are your favorite?
Probably the front one because it's the most expressive.
You don't have to answer that, of course.
Oh,
you can.
What did he pay?
Can decline to answer.
Oh,
that particular.
That seemed
question.
rude.
Oh, we're also $15 away from 2:30 for tomorrow. So there is that. All right, let's see what Approachable gave us.
It's a goddamn genocide. And yes, Muslim lives matter. We're also.
We're covering up our screen, but yeah.
Dude, fuck you. Your shows you watch are gay. They're fucking terrible. In one pause and one noise out of my mouth, I'm funnier than anybody you watch. I'm sorry, but if you need humor fucking smashed into your head with a sledgehammer, you're retarded. Less is more. Someone yelling that rant and then me going, is the funniest shit that would happen on a month's worth of your favorite gay drama rainbow show that you watch. And I'm sorry, but if you watch a grown man cover other people's drama, yes, you're fucking gay and you're lame. I can't help you. I win, you lose. On a Wall, gifting a subscription over on Rumble.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Hey, Johnny, we've eaten one too many beans.
Why is that? Why would you say that?
Because it's now 2:40.
Oh.
2:40. 2:40. 2:40. 2:40. 2:40.
That just hurts. What have I done to deserve this?
2:40. But that means we're only $10 away from needing to go to the dentist because all those beans got stuck in our teeth and gave us a cavity. And it's making our...
So we really need somebody to just get us 15 in right away.
2:30.
If he figures out one for 225, I'm going to start looking up toe trigger price.
Looking alive.
Oh, Jesus.
225, looking alive. You know what I don't have a rhyme for?
What's that?
120. That's what I don't have a rhyme for. 120. But right now, 240, which is 10 away from 230. I am seeing Baba Shab pointing this out in the chat. I did see this yesterday. There are rumors, like people are starting to talk about how that flooding in Texas may have been caused by a cloud seeding company in Florida. Ooh. This is, look, I have no idea if this is true. But I've heard from multiple people with cell phones held up to their face on the internet that the Texas flooding may have been caused by Florida cloud seeding. I mean, we know that was it Saudi Arabia or Qatar that they seeded the clouds and they accidentally gave like 3 weeks worth of rain in a day.
Yeah.
It was really bad. Bapa Shab says it's true. Rainmaker was conducting tests in Texas July 3rd and 4th. You want to dive in?
I mean, in 1 o'clock, I'm definitely going to because Digger loves that stuff.
All right. $1 from Eric. He says Chargers versus Vikings, October 23rd at SoFi Stadium. Be there or be Bisconti. Go with them. I don't know if I want to use one of my Vikings games to go to fucking Los Angeles. You know? I don't know if I want to spend a trip in fucking LA. But thank you for the $1, Eric. But since that's not a $5 increment, it doesn't do anything to the goal, which means we're still at 240, which is quite a ways away from 230.
Ouch.
Which also
It's
means we've made about $60 today. All right, Rainmaker, Texas flooding. How the deadly Texas flooding unfolded. I'm not seeing any. Boy, nobody wants to talk about it. Clouds. Here we go. I have Matthew Capucci on Facebook. That's how I... Making it rain in Texas with the Rainmaker Augustus. Rainmaker uses weather-resistant drones to increase precipitation and novel radar hardware to measure how much man-made precipitation is created. Here, Medium. Okay, credit to Medium.com. Did the Rainmaker Technology Corporation cause the Texas floods? Pre-dawn hours of July 4th. Catastrophe. This was no ordinary storm. It was a meteorological giant, a remnant tropical system stalled over the Texas hill country. Its engine of destruction fueled by a deep plume of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. With no jet stream to push it away, the system sat locked in place, unleashing a deluge of almost unimaginable scale. The timeline shows how quickly a weather watch became a 100-year flood. All right. In the wake of the flood, hold on a minute. Accusations quickly centered on Rainmaker Technology Corporation, a company known for its bold approach to tech disruption. Its identity is inextricably linked to its founder, Augustus Dorico. Not a career meteorologist, Dorico fits the archetype of a Silicon Valley prodigy, UC Berkeley physics dropout who was also a Thiel Fellow. The Thiel Fellowship, created by billionaire investor Peter Thiel, is a prestigious program that pays brilliant young minds $100,000 to leave college and pursue radical, world-changing ideas. This doesn't sound good. This background fostered a corporate DNA that prizes rapid, groundbreaking innovation. Rainmaker provides a dual-use construct for operations. Pioneer of clean, next-gen weather modification. Remember when this was a conspiracy theory, by the way?
Oh, yeah, when they couldn't do things like cloud seeding and
now they just openly admit that it's a thing.
And people be like, oh, these are chemtrails. Be like, no, that's exhaust vapor. And you don't understand. Like, oh, no. And now it's like, oh, we're totally fucking with the clouds.
The Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation holds primary authority, requiring permits and operational plans for hazardous weather. NOAA, the federal weather agency, merely collects these reports as a public repository. It does not regulate or approve projects. While Rainmaker navigated the permitting process, two details may be the subject of scrutiny. Early this year, the FAA handed Rainmaker an exceptional nationwide waiver. It allowed their drones to fly into storm clouds beyond an operator's line of sight, conditions unheard of for unmanned aircraft. This regulatory green light suggests the government had faith in the drone's mechanics, but meant the technology was deployed without the years of testing normally required for new aviation activities. Okay, that's weird. On its federal filing for its premier experimental drone project, Rainmaker declared that no environmental impact statement had been performed. An EIS is the single most important tool for evaluating worst-case scenarios of a new technology. The decision to bypass this safeguard while deploying unproven atmospheric technology demonstrates a significant tolerance for risk. Okay, picture's starting to come together. This is starting to become more believable. They were given a conditional FAA waiver to fly into clouds. They didn't do an environmental impact statement, so nobody knew exactly what would happen if they did this.
Were they dropping stuff in the clouds?
That's the rumor.
Oh, shit.
What was Rainmaker actually doing as the storm gathered? The evidence is conclusive and multifaceted. First, the company's last confirmed cloud seeding mission in the region occurred on July 2nd. This fact is confirmed by a public statement and flight logs proactively released by the company's CEO. That afternoon, a single aircraft seeded two small isolated clouds. Those clouds rained themselves out and vanished hours later.
Oh.
More than a day before the main storm system even began to form. Crucially, all evidence shows Rainmaker was grounded after that July 2nd flight, suspending all operations from July 3rd onward due to growing flood risk. I'm going to say that they didn't help. I don't know if they caused it, but they didn't help.
I'm going to say what caused that other system to suddenly stall out. Maybe if we hadn't fucked with it, that other system would have come in, run out, and kept going or whatever, and a little bit of humidity changed directions.
Search concluded there was no such patterns from any unknown aircraft. This powerful negative finding refutes not only theories about Rainmaker, but also the possibility of a secret third-party weather modification effort. So they were cloud seeding in that area in the lead up to the flooding. But it sounds like
it's a little too coincidental for me. It's like, no, guys, it came from the pangolins. Forget the factory up the road.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, are they going to tell you the truth?
Are they going to tell you, like, no, they flew clouds in there and they cloud seeded. They totally, like, this technology that we really want to use and to work and various other things, we're not going to admit that we could use also for possible, like, warlike efforts. We're not going to admit to openly testing on American people.
It's a fair point. Yeah,
I mean, if you could throw a drone in there and make your enemy get just flooded out. Oof.
That's a good point. Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. They're definitely going to use that for war down the road.
Oh, yeah.
100%. Thank you very much to Lab Glass for gifting 5 memberships on the toe.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Lab Glass is now in first place with $25. What a guy. That also puts us at 215. Guys, I said it before, I'll say it again. Boy, if you could get us under 200 for tomorrow morning before the show's over, I think you guys have had a very successful day. So thank you very much. If you got a few to throw in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, you guys are doing great. Keep us ahead. You and the evening show work together to keep us that way. And we stay ahead for another day, which is awesome. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. 383 Novocaine says, sounds like that cloud seeding effed up in Dubai. Oh, yeah, Dubai. That's where it was. It was in the UAE where they dropped, again, like a month's worth of rain in a day.
Yeah.
Because of cloud seeding.
In areas that are not built to take that kind of sudden deluge.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's definitely going to end up being a military thing down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Cloud seeding. I mean, I guess you could also, I mean, what else could you use it for? Like small scale. I guess if there's like a political scandal in the U.S., maybe seed some tropical storms and see if you can't upgrade it to a hurricane.
If you maybe want to move a couple of people off a large patch of lithium you'd like to mine.
Right? Just drown them.
Right.
It is a fucking evil thing to do.
And then just, sandbag the shit out of FEMA.
Right. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. I don't understand what that could mean. This is I really just wanted to go over the headline of this CNN article. I just wanted to show you the implicit bias that CNN has for people having a completely reasonable opinion. You're familiar with Riley Gaines.
Yeah.
We're all familiar with Riley. She is a former swimmer who doesn't like that trans women get to compete with women. She feels that there's an unfair advantage from the Leah Thomas era. Leah Thomas, of course, got stripped of all of the accomplishments, and the school had to, take down notices of their accomplishments. Otherwise, they wouldn't be recognized under Title IX. So,
right.
Riley Gaines and that group seem to be gaining an advantage in speaking up and fighting for women's rights in sports. Unless you're part of the George Soros globalist media, then you're just racking up wins in, quote, your anti-trans efforts. Now, people can say that I nitpick. People can say whatever they want. But to me, words matter. And to me, it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. And and I think the how you say it is amplified when you're saying it to millions of people. I think you kind of craft the way people think when you do that. Riley Gaines has been one of Leah Thomas's most vocal critics. She just scored 2 major wins in her anti-trans efforts. I really don't believe that what Riley Gaines is promoting is anti-trans.
Technically, she's pro-woman. These guys used to be really big about, hey, pro-ladies over here.
But it's like, there is a severe disadvantage to the people who have to compete against the Leah Thomases of the world.
And she actually had to compete against her. Wasn't she a UPenn swimmer?
No, she was, I think, Tennessee, but she had to compete against her in the national tournaments.
Oh.
Yeah. And it does move everybody down a spot. And so to call this anti-trans, I'm not saying you have to call it pro-woman, but the way you clearly cloud the phrasing in this, to me, it's dishonest. Because when we're talking about anti-trans versus pro-woman, we're talking about what's in Riley Gaines's heart. And I don't know. I just don't think that's... I think
she just wants fairness and competition.
Right. It's personally affected her, and she's passionate about it.
Yeah.
That's all. Let's go to Sergeant Holka with $5. He says, they say people won't come out and vote if the weather is bad. How about cloud seeding for election interference? That's a good one. You're smarter than I am. That's you're a smarter guy. I love how we're supposed to be the analysts of all this news and shit. And then our audience comes up with stuff and we go, yeah, that's a good one. Good job, buddy.
I like what he said.
$5 from Eric. He says, number one, 240 is gay. That's a reach. Number two, Lil Wayne at Target Center in August. Tickets are $40. You should go. They'll have on-site lean for sale. Well, I mean, don't tempt me with a good time. And also, thank you very much to Captain Joe with $10. Says a few more shekels to help. Thanks, pal.
Thank you.
Guess what? We're right at $200.
There you go. We got a half hour. We can still.
One more you throws in a little bit. I mean, fuck it. I say cut it in half at this point. Right? Yeah. Why not? Now we got Captain Joe in first at $30. So Captain Joe just moved ahead of Lab Glass, who's now in second at 25. In third place, we have Redbird at 10. And then in fourth, we have Catalano at 10 as well. Thank you guys very much. $200 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Not today's goal. Tomorrow morning's goal. Get underneath that 200, and I'll consider today a big win for the toe. Get it to 100, and I'll consider you guys retardedly generous and us completely undeserving of said generosity. Oh, I also did say if they cleared out Tuesday morning, I would go till 11. Did I not?
Yeah.
I don't think I have to worry about that, though.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it starts, where I end up having to go to fucking 11. But I think I'm good. I don't think we're going to have a $200 rally in the next half hour. U.S. Department of Transportation instructs states to get rid of gay crosswalks. I mean, this shouldn't even have to be an edict. It's just, first of all, crosswalks don't need to be rainbow colored. We've been getting away with the white and black crosswalks forever. They're fine. They're perfect. They work. And second of all, let's all be adults and admit that you're asking for trouble with these.
Yeah. You're asking for, at the very least, a prankster to fuck around, or at the most, somebody who actually believes something. Be like, get this out of my world. And now they got paint or fucking skid marks or whatever.
Yeah. Like, to me, I think what you're doing is you're painting a bullseye on it for teenagers.
And you're complaining when someone, kicks the dude wearing the kick me sign is kind of disingenuous.
Yeah. So the Department of Transportation is instructing states to remove dozens of rainbow crosswalks. I don't see why you wouldn't want to. It's not like your public is going to tip over cars and riot over getting rid of them. Well, I guess maybe I should not show so much faith.
Hold on, San Francisco.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I don't think that you're going to have people lining up the streets and burning down auto zones over it. But I do think if you keep them, you're going to have, like you said, pranksters or zealots fucking with them. And
here's where I'm fine with it. You can keep them, but it's no longer a fucking super special hate crime. Oh my God, because someone fucked with a crosswalk. You know what you're doing. You're the only group that needs special interest on every step we take in the world, apparently. So don't be surprised when someone scuffs it with their sneaker.
Right. I mean, some of them just roll paint on them or they do burnouts on them and shit like that. Yeah.
I'm saying other than the mild whatever doing burnouts in the middle of an intersection would normally be, if you just make it just, look, it's a thing. It's going to happen. You accept it, then have all the crosswalks you want.
Chef Maddox saying, I noticed there wasn't a members show yesterday. We did 2 during the week. So we did 2 members shows during the week last week in anticipation that we were going to have, that the long weekend was not going to produce a members only show. So we planned ahead. Go check out all the members only features. You will find first of all, an entire evening show is currently members only. So you got that too. So you got a 2 or 3 hour program, members only for you. Diddy's lawyers, I know you and I haven't spoken since the Diddy verdict.
Yeah.
Kind of a mixed bag. I mean, if you want to call it a win for Diddy, you can call it a win for Diddy. If you want to call it a win for the prosecution, you can call it a win for the prosecution.
Is he going to do any time?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. The prosecutor is asking for the max, which is 2 10-year sentences to run consecutively. So they want to throw him in jail for 20 years. His team is asking for like 12 to 30 months with time to serve. Or no, I'm sorry, 22 to 36 months with 12 months time served because he's in jail right now.
Yeah.
They're not letting him out. So you're talking anywhere from 10 months in jail to 2 years in jail. I personally, just because he's a billionaire and I'm jaded, I think that he'll end up with the latter.
Yeah, probably.
I think that Diddy's going to end up going to jail. He'll be sentenced to 2 years. He'll get time served for 12 months and he'll be out in like 6 months. I wouldn't be surprised if Diddy is out by next summer.
Just in time to release a new album.
Well, rappers, and maybe it's different when you're a little older like Diddy. I think that rappers historically have had wonderful career bounce backs when they release their post-prison album. Has there ever been a post-prison album flop? Has anyone been like, I don't care to hear from this fucking guy?
I don't know. I think that would, if we knew about it, that would kind of dictate the whole flop thing not being a thing. I feel like flopping would be where we wouldn't remember.
Do you remember speaking of hip hop and speaking of Diddy's era, do you remember the Outlaws? Tupac's group?
No.
Tupac's boys, they were in Hit 'Em Up and all that.
Yeah.
Young Noble, dead at 47.
Natural causes?
Dead at 47. Well, you know what's crazy is that Young Noble, Tupac was killed 30 years ago next year. It'll be 30 years ago. And this Young Noble was 47, and he worked closely with Tupac. That means he was working with him as a teenager.
Yeah.
That means Young Noble was in there at like 16, 17 years old. Fucking working
The name made sense back then.
Yeah, Young Noble, a little ironic at this point.
He died middle-aged Noble.
Gunshot wound, by the way.
Natural causes, like I said.
Well, self-inflicted.
Oh, whoa.
So
there's a turn I did not expect.
Sam Show says Kanye told everyone he sucked dick and nobody really cared. Diddy should be fine.
I feel like those two aren't the same.
By the way, MSO, I read what you said. Very funny. We're going to stay away from it, but very funny. Thank you, buddy. While we wait to get under 200 for today, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. For Tuesday, by the way, we don't have a goal today. But while we wait to get under 200 for today, I have terrible news.
What's up?
Lizzo posted a video over the weekend.
Oh, no. She's not celebrating weight loss again, is she?
Well, she's celebrating the 4th of July.
Okay, so
4th of July is a kind of an eaten holiday, right?
Well, I mean, the barbecue is a traditional feature in most 4th of July celebrations.
Yeah. And look, man, Lizzo does think highly of her weight loss, even though I think she even says she's got a ways to go.
Okay.
She does think a lot of her weight loss, and she wants to show you guys how proud of herself she is for her weight loss by making a celebratory 4th of July video.
So like you're saying, I'm guessing with what you're leading me here, she's cooking on the grill, like Chuck Schumer or any of those other photo op bastards that just like, hey, look, I'm one of you, I swear. What's this? What I put this under the patio. Okay.
This is
my natural state.
In a totally unrelated story, Joey Chestnut was able to win the Nathan's hot dog eating contest for the 4th of July.
Okay.
Congratulations to Joey Chestnut for reclaiming his title as the king of eating hot dogs. Totally unrelated to the video we're about to show you of Lizzo.
I really am worried. I'm the dragging it out is making me like anxious.
No, I said they're unrelated.
Well, I know they're unrelated.
I know we have
we
have 20 minutes left, and I wanted to make sure I got the Joey Chestnut news in. That's kind of a fun little human interest deal.
Right. For those of us that are very concerned about the world of competitive eating.
Why did he lose his title? Like last year he didn't lose. He wasn't invited. Like he didn't go. There was some sponsorship thing.
Okay.
What was the Joey Chestnut controversy?
I have no idea.
Why didn't Joey Chestnut compete in 2024? That's what I wanted. Something about sponsorship conflict with Impossible Foods, a plant-based company. He'd signed a deal with them. And I guess Nathan's Hot Dogs sponsors the event. They can't have a guy promoting plant-based shit during their hot dog thing. He won, though. He came back yesterday and he won.
Nice.
So he's got it. He's got it back again. So Lizzo decided to show you guys how she celebrates the 4th of July and how proud she is of her weight loss. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Happy 5th of July. This Yitty swimsuit makes me want a hot dog real bad. You want one? Yitty.com.
Just kidding. I didn't make you watch her eat the hot dog. She's promoting a new brand called Yitty.com. Were you worried? Were you thinking she was going to eat a hot dog on the thing?
Yeah, I really was.
No, she's promoting a new company called Yitty, which I guess is swimsuits for people who are now just pretty fat instead of super fucking fat. She's promoting this company, this swimsuit joint. Go ahead, take your time. I don't need you to boot up.
I need a margarita right now. Yitty swim
Oh.
is back. This is my new uniform. We have.
So it's mom bod swimwear.
That ain't mom bod, man. There's moms that look fucking spectacular. And most of them looked pretty good. This is long way to go. Like, this is straight up Ozempic because there is no muscle tone on it. This is just all skin.
Right. This is just your body is consuming. And ironically enough, when your body needs to consume something, it doesn't go to fat first. It goes to muscle first.
Look at, what would happen if these got released. Those are just nothing but sag at this point. Would they get to here?
Would they reach the Sarlacc pit?
Would
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Boba Fett's down there. He's being dissolved slowly.
Have a plunge top, and our bottoms are not too thongy, nice and cheap.
Oh.
Yitty swim has always been incredible, but we really put our necks, our backs, our yitties, and our cracks into this drop. We're showing a little bit more skin, but we're still
showing a lot of skin.
There's a lot of skin left over.
More than I'm comfortable with. And for that, you gotta pay. Yeah, look, man, congratulations. I don't want to be a dick who's going to make fun of her when she's fat. And then be like, once she loses weight, be like, ew, gross. But it's like, look, you're jumping the gun is all I'm saying.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
There's
almost time for this. It's not now.
Like, you're getting there. You lose another hundo, 120, you're going to be there. And you can shove it all up our ass and, you can pose for all the stuff. And, hey, I would celebrate. I would say that's great. Look at what a role model you are. You taught all these people they should be big and fat and be fine with it. You fucking...
And then you left them in the dust.
Well, that too. You saw the light. You turned it around and you said, I'm going to lose weight because I don't want to fucking die by the time I'm 50. And good for you. That's fantastic. But again, I'm just saying, you're jumping the gun a little bit. You're just getting into those outfits a little early.
I'm fine with her wearing that, just not putting videos like flaunting it online.
Potato Head Case says, I thought she was fat for life and proud. I mean, that is kind of shitty for her to do that to people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
to embrace the I'm big and I'm beautiful movement and then kind of walk away from it thanks to Ozempic.
Right, because other people probably bought into it. Other people were probably like, yeah, fuck it, I'm fat and proud too, Lizzo. Us girls need to stick together. And then she kind of just like totally dog shit on all those people. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, she made the right choice in the end.
Mm-hmm.
But why did we have to be so long about it? That's all. Guys, we are at an even 200. Do me a favor because I'm an anal retentive bastard. And let's drop in a 5. And let's just get under 200. Because I said I would consider a win being under 200 for tomorrow morning, so that the evening show can have a shot at banging this thing out. So somebody throw a 5er in, and let's officially get under 200 for today. I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Oh, before I can even finish, Arch Magnus Tim with $5 says, someone give Lizzo a glizzo. I don't know.
I'm afraid to ask.
I really don't. I don't want to look it up.
I'm not.
I don't want to see
looking
it.
Up?
No.
Okay,
Are you okay if I don't look it up? Like, is that a good
That's
judgment
fine.
call on your part?
Yeah.
All right, 195 away from tomorrow morning. God, it's been a fun show to do. There is one thing one audience member wanted us to do, and he wanted us, and I'm sure for no reason, wanted us to look up pictures of a Shar-Pei. I'm sure this is just a random request. Yeah. I'm sure there's no reason.
I don't understand why. This is
He probably thinks this kind of dog is cute. Maybe he's thinking of getting a Shar-Pei.
Right, dude. I will admit, Shar-Pei puppies look adorable. They're just all little and frumpy. It's like you're gonna grow into that, and no, you don't. It's growing with you.
Yeah. So you like Shar-Peis? You think they're cute? You would be like, let's go, let's go, Lizzo.
Right.
Lizzo. You would say Lizzo on the idea of getting a Shar-Pei puppy. Am I correct?
I don't think I'd want to get a puppy. There are a lot of problems, but they're cute.
190. So I said 195 for tomorrow's goal, and Dead Game says it's Lizzo's goal. Oh my goodness. Sergeant Holka gifting 10 memberships over on YouTube. Thank you very much, buddy. I think we get a chunk of that, but I think that cost him 40.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
I believe that cost that man 40, so let's get him updated. Thank you so much, Sergeant Holka. That he was at 5 before, so he's at 45. Nice math, Aaron. Sergeant Holka at 45. Captain Joe is in second at 30. Lab Glass is in third at 25, and Redbird is at fourth at 10. That puts Catalano TV out of the top 4. Poor guy. That also makes it 170 away for tomorrow morning. Holy shit.
Nice.
Thank you guys so much. You guys have had a, wow, great job on a no goal day. And I think that's a good setup for the evening show. I think they'll be able to knock that out. I'm still saying if you guys knock it out, I'll go till 11 if you hammer out the whole thing. But 170 is a lot to ask, and you guys have done great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, it does look like nobody's gone to war. Nobody's blown anything up since we've been on today. But it also looks like not one mainstream news organization is really pushing the Epstein stuff.
Weird.
No.
You'd think that if nothing else, the critical Trump ones would all jump on because, yay, Trump sucks.
Nope, I'm not seeing
Not
anything.
even them.
Here's what the trending news things are on Twitter. Ready? These are the top trending news stories. Oh, no, Epstein is number one on Twitter. And then after that...
Elon Musk controls that platform.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, the Clippers are trending. Oh, shit. What'd they do? They probably got some player that I want to get. Axios is trending, probably because they're the only ones reporting on the fucking Epstein thing who are worth a shit. Pambon, yeah, a lot of people. DOJ is running cover for the CIA and Mossad. No one is. You want to see Alex's take on this?
Sure.
More than anything, really. This is Alex Jones on the Epstein stuff.
Well, I woke up this morning and turned my phone on, and there were hundreds of text messages saying, oh my God, the DOJ just put out a letter that I know you've all seen now saying there is no Epstein client list. There never was any blackmail operation. Epstein killed himself, and the investigation's closed. So everybody wants to know what I think. Well,
it would be funny if Alex went, well, I think the whole thing is pretty straightforward, and the story they're coming up with sounds believable to me, and this is something we've been told from numerous sources, and yeah, I think you just got to put your trust in the system on this one. That would be funny if he just went that way.
I know what's going on. And so I'll tell you. Trump had two ways to go with all of this. He could prosecute all of these incredibly prominent people, household names, or they could...
He'd better not be getting ready to give Donald Trump a fucking pass on this deal. He's getting ready to give Trump a pass, isn't he? God damn it.
Use the information to blackmail the deep state. I've done deep research, have a lot of contacts, and know Trump's MO. And he's not into kids, he's not into being peed on, and Russian hotels, all that was lies. We now know from the CIA and Brennan and the crew running the Epstein operation. But the reason that you are seeing this deep sixth is because the CIA with the Mossad and MI6 was running Epstein, and it was an official U.S. government operation.
Right. But that's what we wanted the Trump administration to reveal.
So that way we could, again, oppose the deep state and what it does to us and, kind of know who they were targeting, who they manipulated.
Yeah.
Is just kind of a thing.
Why is it that Alex is like, I'll risk my life to fight against these people and blah, blah, but he doesn't expect Trump to? Like, Trump, it's okay. Like, well, Trump doesn't want to prosecute everybody, and he doesn't want to do this, and he doesn't want to do that. Well, then shouldn't he get the same amount of shit as the other politicians who do the same thing?
Yeah.
But he gives him, it is frustrating to watch Alex give Trump a pass on some of this shit.
Multinational. And it was the family business going back to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, and that's all on record. So if Trump was to actually prosecute this, it would bring down the CIA. And so that's why you've had Comey, who controlled the files over at the FBI with the CIA, but on that end of the DOJ, having his daughter do all the main cover-ups, not just with the Epstein and Maxwell case, but obviously P. Diddy and the rest of it. So this is the swamp winning.
Okay. All right. Well, at least he did that part. This is the swamp winning. They got it. Okay. So this wasn't like, well, Trump. I was worried he was going to do like a Trump's playing 4D chess,
No.
All right.
Well, I certainly don't think that myself.
The question is Trump's DOJ actually using this to control the deep state? Or are they just so overwhelmed by it, they are tapping out?
Yep. That's the one I believe. That's the one I'm rolling with.
Because, let me explain logic here. And from all obvious inside sources, we're the ones that broke with the FBI whistleblowers, O'Boyle and others, Seraphin, all of this that was first unfolding 5 months ago when they were supposed to, have this 14 terabytes. They'd sent it out to the FBI field offices for investigation. And Pam Bondi went on Fox a bunch of times. So did some U.S. attorneys from New Jersey and said, oh, yeah, we've seen it, hundreds of new victims and videos and all this horrible stuff.
By the way, now they're going to gaslight us and they're going to pretend that they never said that.
Right.
And that we're crazy for saying they said that. But wasn't it O'Keefe who got Bondi on tape saying that there's shit with little kids and like videos and all that stuff? Wasn't that O'Keefe who got that?
I don't know.
Being raped.
But we already played 2 clips today.
Yeah.
Hundreds of new victims were going to be releasing it. So you wouldn't say all that if you were planning to cover it up from the beginning. So something has changed along the way, and it all points towards this being used to blackmail the deep state. I'm not endorsing it. I think clearly this is what Musk learned about a few months ago and looked like he aged 10 years overnight, looked completely freaked out.
Right.
And then I think the conscience had to come out and say what he said. I mean, even people like Cat Turd, who is just
come on.
I love the fact that over all of this Doge and all this stuff, with Elon Musk being involved, we've had Cat Turd and Big Balls become official government people. Why does
Cat Turd have to be a thing? I think once you get a certain amount of notoriety, you have to stop being Cat Turd.
All right, now do Big Balls.
Yeah, you got to be Brian or Bob.
Yeah,
all
right.
And Cat Turd has to be John or whatever the fuck his name.
But we all celebrated Big Balls.
Big Balls is very funny, but if Big Balls wanted to start breaking classified information, he's going to have to come up with a different moniker. That's all.
I don't know, does he? If he's breaking classified information, I feel like Big Balls is accurate.
It is. Well, yeah, I mean, you do have big balls. Balls, by the way, Balls Deep, speaking of Balls Deep gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much, pal.
The quintessential will not question anything in the Trump administration is completely freaked out now. I mean, no one is buying this. Patrick McDavid's had really good breakdowns of it all. Jack Posobiec said, okay.
You want to see a breakdown? We watched Cenk Uygur today. That was a breakdown.
That man nearly died.
Yeah. We watched him sweat out a gallon of himself.
Dude, I have seen people go into a sauna and come out with losing less moisture.
Right. Okay, so Ghislaine Maxwell is innocent because she was found guilty of sex trafficking. So how do you say there's no, trafficking or blackmail or any of this? It's just absolute horseshit.
Thank you, Alex.
On its face, and it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. Trump is doing a lot of good, and obviously the deep state's trying to destroy me for supporting him. It's been hell, and a lot of good's happening.
By the way, Alex Jones is hanging in there. By the way, remember that he was supposed to sell InfoWars and all that?
Yeah, he was supposed to sell, but they got that turned around. Whatever happened with that second sale thing?
Here's what happened. Here's what I believe happened. They wanted to sell it for nothing. They wanted to give it away. That's why they had the sealed bids, and the judge took the one from the Onion, and it was rumored to be insanely low because the families were just moving numbers around. The family was like, oh, well, we'll take this much off of our debt that we're owed from Alex Jones, and that'll be like the bid that the Onion put in. So instead of $1 billion, he owes us $900 million, and then Onion paid $100 million for InfoWars. So they did that shit, and Onion really, in reality, paid like $5 for it. And some other judge said, no, fuck that. Alex has to be allowed to have open bids at an auction, and he gets to sell his property.
Company for what it can get.
Yeah, a judge got to decide how Alex sold his property, which is not right. So now it's got to be Alex doing it. And now that Alex can get $1 billion or whatever for
Nobody wants to buy it.
now nobody wants to do it because then he might be closer to paying off his debts and then he can start fresh and clear. Or like Elon Musk would buy it for $1 billion and then give it back to Alex. And then
Just on
Alex,
the arm.
yeah, exactly. So now that Alex gets to sell it fair and square, now they're just forgetting all about it.
Interesting.
I'll say this. This is very, very painful and nauseating. I'm actually physically nauseated in the last 3 hours since I got up.
Prove it.
Trying to collate this. And of course, I instantly knew what was happening when I saw the information. I've talked about the different scenarios here. Obviously, there's nothing the globalists wouldn't do to keep this from coming out. They've already tried to kill Trump repeatedly. Had they rolled over, I see a lot of signs that, Trump's pretty much in charge now. And so...
I haven't. Really? Really? Didn't we
Really?
just bomb Iran for Israel?
Honestly, I've seen a lot of signs lately that Trump is, like I said, that America is a wholly owned subsidiary of Israel Corp.
I feel it's more like someone's got their hand on Trump's shoulder saying, do you feel in charge?
But I gave you all the money.
You need me more with $1 says you are being a bit of a pig. Why judge women on their boobs and ass all the time? You're right. I am being a pig. It is something that I desperately need to work on. I love tits. There. That's the best I can do for you. Like, if you're asking for my honest, like, why do I do that? I'm a pig and I love tits. I hope you can appreciate my honesty at the very least. I think tits are wonderful. I think they're one of the greatest inventions ever. Right up there with penicillin. Sometimes nice enough tits can cause you to have to take
some penicillin.
Some penicillin. Hey, by the way, you guys ended 165 away from tomorrow morning's goal. You fucking did it, guys. Thank you. NDPIO says Pam Bondibaum, Dan Bongino-Steen, and Cash Patelberg just found out who is really running the government. I didn't know they did official name changes today.
Interesting.
Zen Man with another $5 says, wait, there are other merits to judge women on besides tits and ass? I think not. 160 away from tomorrow morning. Yes, you guys really did it. You did.
But what about a personality?
You guys did a great job today. Thank you so much for your generosity on a day where you didn't need to give anything. We appreciate you knocking out just about half of what was left for tomorrow morning, and you guys did it. Keep us ahead, and you get more quality shit like this.
Yeah.
We have nothing to worry about but show. Johnny, you are back again today at 1 o'clock, correct?
Yes, sir.
Going to give us the latest on all the stuff they're not going to give us on Epstein?
Whatever I can find, yeah.
Perfect.
It'll be interesting.
I'm coming back at 6 o'clock. I don't know what I'm doing the rest of the day, and I love that feeling. I will be back 6 o'clock. Johnny will be back at 1. Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch. We will be back on Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, Kick, and Facebook on this program. Thank you for the thousands of people who watched today's show. We will be back with another one for you a little bit later on today. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your Monday.